With every negative comment, they rise above, spreading love.
Good morning. Good morning. No good morning for you.
Well, actually, I was adjusting the mic. Good morning, magandang umaga, masayang habak, mayang buntag. Good morning to everybody in the Philippines, and good evening to the ones in the West. Mostly
And all
in the
over the
West.
world. Just pulling up the live stream here. It will be an interesting spill the tea Saturday. Basically, we wrap up what's going on in the week and we'll discuss a couple current topics, what happened in the week. We'll be discussing Cardwell first off and what could possibly be going on, and a few people that have contacted us in regards to that. We'll be talking about the Walking Street trouble, how the bar got closed, talk about other things that are going on down there. The hunt for Scotty, or where in the world is Scotty, hasn't done a video in a few days. Are there reasons or no, not reasons? So he's been a topic of the week, and how we feel about that. I made a statement yesterday that we will still continue to discuss the story. Nothing's changed
She's
on
talking about
that.
regular guy.
Yeah, did I say Scotty?
No, he said. Anyway, when you say Scotty in the world,
Oh,
kind of
well, I said Scotty. Okay.
blends in. No, you said
Did I-
we're in.
Where in
No,
the
no, no.
world is Scotty? Okay.
Right, it's just one of those things.
We will discuss Brian, Philly in the Philippines, passing the torch on, and the runner-ups that are there. And we will discuss Ace Bachelor Cool. He has not come onto our radar much. We've talked about him on the occasion today. We will discuss him a little bit more. And the weather. It is really shitty hot here, man. So it's been extremely hot. They're showing a that dam over in Cebu that's practically dry right now.
Okay, now I'm
And
not
the water
picking
shortage.
on anything in particular, but honestly, it's kind of weird. It's like maybe it's dry heat. I don't know. I'm just saying, as a Filipino, honestly.
Here it comes. Go
Well,
ahead,
no, no,
because
no,
I
no,
got
no,
I got
no.
something for that one.
What I'm saying is, it feels cooler that they're saying that it's hotter.
Yeah, and this is what I think. Okay, so I
No,
just
no,
want to
no,
let you
no.
know you think it is, but I just want to let you know
Like
this
I
is the
said, it
hottest
could it
year.
could be a difference between dry heat and humidity.
I just want to let you
Because remember,
know that 45 people in a festival parade yesterday dropped to the ground and
No,
passed
no, no.
out
I
because of
get
the
it. I
heat.
get
So
that.
this
But what
is
I'm
not
saying
a normal heat.
is last week to me felt hotter versus this week. Although
109,
right, that's what I
110 here
mean.
with
That's what I mean.
humidity.
I
So the
said
hottest it's ever
I
been.
was specifically said it felt, meaning it could be the humidity. It's drier
Okay.
this week, maybe. I don't know.
It's hot as hell. I'm sorry.
No,
It's
it is. It is.
hot, and
I'm,
but for you, it's because nothing bothers you. It's the truth. You let comments bounce off you if it's too cold, if it's too hot, if a house is falling down next to you. You are the calm, cool, and collective one, which is true.
well, that's okay. I get that, but what I'm saying is still irrelevant. What I'm saying, as far as
It is because it
no, no,
doesn't.
no, no, no. Again, I'm not discounting it's hot. I'm saying it felt hotter last week versus this week, which is technically hotter.
Yeah.
However,
It
I
feels hot.
believe it could be the humidity level that I don't feel the heat as much. That's what I'm getting at. Dry heat versus humidity.
Right. And I keep saying that not only is the temperature higher, yes, the humidity is higher. Everything's different this week, but that's okay. I'm not going to get into
Semantics, as it were.
something like that. So, welcome to all of our members. If you guys haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. For those that don't know us, you just seen the intro. This is Heidi over here, and I'm George, the calm one.
See, there's the new one right there. That's the one you have to look out for.
Yeah, well, I would just right off the bat, anybody that immediately comes in here, just create another account because we're not going to. Sorry, not going to have it. right from the get-go.
Well, what is the temperature today? Did you say 109?
Yesterday was like
109.
109. I think the highest I've seen this week with humidity. But here's the thing: starting next month, they said it's going to get ridiculously hot.
But
But there's shortages of water and everything else.
yes,
So
yes,
going
yes.
on.
But yes, 109 is I wouldn't say it's normal, but does it occur often enough? Yes. Yes, it does. Get used to it, just saying.
Mhm.
Not being mean or anything, but it's normal occurrence.
Hey,
Uncommon
hey,
occurrence, but
hey,
it's a normal occurrence. You know what I mean?
Sarah's in the
Hey, Sarah, how
house.
you doing, Sarah?
Good morning. And we will open the panel up. So if any of those guys from yesterday want to come on, you guys are welcome. And I will let you know that one of those people left a comment and they said, "Oh, I see that you're they call us impartial." Because they said you never opened your panel. And I said, "You didn't watch the live stream then." And then somebody came in and said that it was 3 hours of the same thing. And I'm like, it's our live streams. It's our live stream. So it's a live stream and it's our live stream. So it doesn't matter.
Well,
And if they would have stuck around, they would have seen that the whole thing wasn't about
wasn't
that. But even if it was, it's
well.
still our live stream.
The thing is, whenever I see those, again, I analyze everything. I'm a very analytical guy. And I can't help myself. But first off,
Hey,
again,
Bruce.
I had to sigh because one, I know these people didn't watch. These people, I said these, didn't watch the live. Meaning, you didn't even attempt, bro. You're just making a comment because of the title and the thumbnail. And when you go into YouTube, guys, which again, please don't go into YouTube. I'm just telling you that right now because it's really not worth your mental health. All right.
Bruce, I'm now just getting through the messages on Messenger. So I missed that. So
Right. So what I'm getting at is a lot of people don't even bother with the don't go past the thumbnail, don't go past the title and make judgments before watching the video. And most of these comments are based on a thumbnail and the title and they go at it. And then you're like, you obviously did not watch the video.
I want to make a statement further down. Michael asked Bear about his electric bill. He said he just paid 7. Ours was 8,200, give or take. Ours was 8,200, and that's AC running
That's
24/7.
not actually a bad electricity bill. I'm just saying. Where's that?
Considering it was further down, way at the
No, I'm
bottom.
on the bottom. I'm on the bottom. Working my way
He
up.
was discussing it to somebody.
Yeah. No. Either way, like I said, we paid 8,000 pesos this or last month rather because it's um that's actually not bad because on average on the conservative side we pay between 6.5 and 7,000 pesos per month. So now it's 8,000. It's not that bad considering, but well, I'm just saying like that's what I'm saying. Well, I don't know how soon most of you guys are gonna arrive here, but if you're gonna arrive here this year, that's the rate you're gonna come across 6,000 to 8,000.
If they're running AC.
Right, then that's not bad. I know Filipinos that run the electricity bills up to 25,000 a month. So on a Filipino scale, we're kind of doing
Yeah,
good.
PH Expat Prepper said 39,000. But
Yeah,
that's
see,
aircon and appliances. Because
correct.
somebody, and I'm sorry we don't remember everybody that sends a comment. Someone sent us a comment to say check our electrical wiring that the air fryer seemed off on price. I'm like,
No, no,
no.
no,
Every
no, no,
time
no,
we
no.
run a high
That's a
powered unit
consistent
like
thing.
that, it was like running an oven, and it just draws that
Yeah,
much
no.
electricity here. It's just weird what once you get past a certain amount, it really goes up. And yes, our electric bill changed that much. The wiring isn't off because on months that like when we got our the moment we start adding things to our electric bill, it substantially jumps. So like if we use the microwave several times a day, or we have like at the other house we had a washer and dryer, and it for per load we did that added a crap load to our electric
Yeah,
bill.
no,
So
no, we're
having a
pretty
full
much
size washer and dryer, a dryer
we're
just kills the electric
reasonable
bill.
that if we move from place to place and we take into consideration, okay, this will drive up this will drive up this.
And
We've
we're
lived
not.
here long enough that we know it's the air fryer. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. No, there's no.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
that's
no,
all we
no. That's
use
what I'm
too.
saying. I mean, we don't just say like, let's say if we move from here to the new place and then use the new device, and like, oh my god, it's the new device. No, we analyze everything. Like, well,
And it's not so bad because we could run the washer several times a day like we did in the US. We had AC on all the time. We had full electronics. Everything that we have here in the electric bill was
right.
under
So, for
200.
example,
So,
in
but we can't do that here.
here in this
Could
location,
be 400,
this four
500.
walls, right? It's about 5 to 8 now. We know 5 on the cooler months, aka December, and then 8 in the summertime, which is around
So,
now. And guys, remember, we're in the Philippines. Summertime is different than you guys. But yeah, you know what I'm saying?
okay. So we'll get to Cardwell taxes. It looks like they're just talking in there.
Hey Sarah, how you doing? Hey Sarah, hey Michael Johnson, how you doing, Michael? Scott Underworld says here, how you doing, Scott? Taking that staying for a drive. Um, AA just says nothing. Well, I'm sure you have a lot to talk about. Um, Darren King says greetings from Kansas
Hey,
City.
Darren King. Good morning. I like that name, Rocky Raccoon.
Oh yeah, right. Rocky Raccoon, Galaxy of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Um, hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you back. I
Um,
mean, you've been back. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna read this
Yeah.
again. Canada Hat T-shirt, age 45 years. Is that for the kids or the popo? Dr. Seuss, Dr. Freud, Ace singing. That's a mad shirt. I want one.
Would you wear that shirt here?
I don't see why not.
There it is. We both would.
Although, okay, now
I have like an Eeyore shirt and a Piglet shirt. We have a bunch of cartoon shirts.
right now, keep in mind that Dr. Seuss is dead. Okay. No, the reason I brought this up is because what I'm saying is the newer generation probably honestly wouldn't know who Dr. Seuss is. The new generation in the Philippines specifically.
It's hard saying. Out in the province.
Like, did
where
I read
it's
about
much
Dr.
more-
Seuss when I was a little kid? Yes. Here in the Philippines, I did, and I didn't read it because I had the books at home. No, because I went to the library,
Oh my
which
God, we were talking about the
I went to the
library.
library all the time because that's where I hung out, and I love Dr. Seuss. But what I'm saying is, the newer generation now, the younger kids may know about Dr. Seuss, but not in book form because there's Dr. Seuss animated series. Anyway, AAJ, aloha Antics. How you doing? Max Router in the house. How you doing?
Just
A
going
Pablo
through.
Chicano. How you doing, Pablo? Tim Husk. Hey, Tim Husk in the house. Hector Gubat. Hey, Hector, how you doing, man?
Hey, Hector. Just gonna go through and say our quick
Yeah, if you're in the
hellos.
Philippines, California, I Bayer 619. Check
Now
him
I'll
out.
jump further down. Joe Mama said, "Is Tim K still vlogging?" Good question, because where in the world is Tim K? Which is further down. I've got a list of things. So yeah, we've wondered about that too. So not sure. Is if I had to guess what's going on. I heard somewhere down the grapevine through another channel, through people contacting me, that he's just slowed down, that he's kind of laying low. It's hard saying what it's about.
Well, it could be his location or whatever's happening
No,
in his
he
life.
hasn't slowed down this much. I hear that he's handling some legal business or something's going on. So
Yeah.
we'll see. He might, per his attorney, be laying low for something, or that is just the word on the street. But again, I have to say that that's exactly that. That is just missing gossip. So,
Yeah.
like a few things I have today, I'm going to tell you. There's another channel that I like a whole bunch. It's in the United States, and that's what he says. He says right up front, this is just missing real gossip. It's unconfirmed. And really, unless we say, hey, we got real documents and we've seen it, we talked to the person, then we have it. But that one I heard down the line is just,
Right.
like Cardwell. Did you kind of?
Yeah.
Oh, Black Grandpa. Good morning.
Morning, Black Grandpa.
Mr. Wong and Mrs. Wong.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Wong, yes.
Next, we will see regular guy and Joa challenge. Let's hope not. We're talking about RG regular guy. He said in that other vlogger that he was hanging out with, because it looks like that them videos were done back to back, and we watched the last one. He just stayed on topic. He said that he'll be traveling through the Philippines the way that he is. He'll take those 2 or 3 cities and stay in them long term, and then choose a place to live. Now, I don't know where I heard this, but somebody, and I think it was in the base of our conversation, but someone said they heard that he's going to be going off to another Asian country soon. And I haven't heard any of that. So,
Well, again, now irony again, just so you know, it's kind of like regardless of what side you're in, or whether you're pro RG as a regular guy or anti-regular guy.
yeah, you can put that up.
Well,
It's like
I know
here.
I was going to, but what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter whether you're pro or not. You can't call him exactly a coward or a regular guy a coward in the Philippine authority, and you contain him ASAP. One,
Being a coward is an arrestable
well, what I'm saying is, it has nothing.
thing.
He's traveling not because he's running from the law. He's traveling because that's what he's doing.
That's what he's been doing. That's true.
And again, regardless of whether you're pro regular guy or anti regular guy, nobody can contest that. It's like, yeah, he's been doing
And
this.
this is probably going to stir people up because we've received some emails, messages, and in our own comments that got held. I understand a lot of them are held, and then we decide whether to release them at that point. We will praise Andy Omar for over the years he has worked on. Um, he has worked on what's the word? He's saying he's an advocate or showing that he's an advocate for underage children with these adult expats or the sexpats. And there are some other channels that are involved in that. And we can appreciate those channels on that level. But as you guys know, me and George are about analytical. And now that you guys know my past from 19 years ago, you can understand why now I don't believe in the witch hunts or without proof. We know there's some out there allegedly, and that there's possible that he has a past. We don't know 100%. This is also a hearsay thing that all this stuff is going on. And I get that these people have the proof that we do not 100% have. Okay. But at this time, I must say, and I want George's opinion on this. There is, good morning, Ruby. Babe, I'm about ready to be serious about that last meeting with the government.
I know.
Because that last meeting with the government
Guys,
was
just so you guys know, when I
specific.
chuckle, most of the time it has nothing to do with what Heidi's saying. It's because
He's reading stuff
reading
or
the
thinking
chats,
about.
and sometimes it's just fun. Anyway,
No, that it's serious. That meeting was nothing short of spectacular, but it's not what you guys think. And understand that a lot of people are trying to like stir you in the direction that it was based on regular guy, that it was based on their after vloggers, based on cameras. That's not what that was about. That meeting 100% was about exploitation of these children, the real things we talked about. Mothers using them half naked on camera, selling their photos. Several have been arrested in the last 6 months. There are fathers that are exploiting their kids, that type of stuff. Now, does he fall in that category if he's found guilty? That will also be up to an actual court. But that entire meeting was not, hey, we're taking vloggers down because they're pointing cameras on people. That I can't say that's what that meeting was about. So beings were in the middle of Spill the Tea Saturday. Did you get that out of there at all?
okay.
Because we've been receiving messages. Oh, they were talking about regular guy and he's going down.
No,
and the
well, okay. First
government,
off, that
he's not
meeting
that
has nothing to
important.
do with any particular vlogger that you're aware of.
Right. So I just want to state that that's my personal opinion. That had nothing
Since
to
Heidi
do
brought it
with
up, Okay,
Or
first off,
real exploitation, not
just so you
panning
guys
in of
know,
a guy that appears to be creepy
and
and all of
a
that.
lot of expats who recently tuned into the
Because there's been a lot
Philippines
of
will
people
be
commenting
like,
on that
"Oh,
meeting.
finally they're doing something about it in the Philippines." No, this is a reoccurring thing.
Years and years and years.
This is
they've
not a
been-
new thing. They do this all the time, but somehow I won't say every year, I guess every other 2 years or something like that, they bring it up to light. Like, hey, by the way, we're gonna do this, you know. And remember, that's with any government, not just the Philippines, the US too. Like, oh, we're gonna fight cancer, you know, that kind of deal. Like, they put it up every year, that kind of deal. This is a an announcement like, okay, well, Marcos declares that we're gonna fight this war against. Okay, well, yes. Did Duterte do it? Yes. Did the other president before him do it? Yes. This is a
They're
reoccurring thing.
reoccurring,
I'm
and
not
they're
not picking on anybody, but here's the thing: this fight has been going on since I've been here. Before I even left in the U.S., before I even grew up, before I even had an offspring.
it's just
Okay,
getting, because
this
of the
is a reoccurring
internet,
thing,
it's getting worse.
right? Since the from my experience as a Filipino, born and raised here, I don't care what you say, because honestly, I mean, sorry, I can't fake an accent because it's beyond me. I can't fake an accent on it. But now, what I'm saying is, ever since I had cognitive knowledge, this is an ongoing fight in the Philippines. This is nothing new. This is
Mhm.
Did they always fight this? Yes. You go Google deeper. It's a recurring thing.
Correct. Now, can it include several vloggers that are
Yeah.
focused on children or young Filipinas? Yes. Key word is the young. They're talking children,
Okay.
and they're talking about what comes along to be. We get that to be under the age of 18. Of course, we're not saying that it doesn't, but they the entire meeting by George watching it, which was mostly in Tagalog, that's exactly what they're talking about, is the full exploitation, nudity,
Of children.
videos,
Right.
selling their
Or other stuff.
videos, the kitty PORNs, that type of stuff. And I get that this is a lead, like what some of the vloggers are doing does lead to further stuff, and we get it. But that'll be absolutely for the law. And that's why I say I praise Andy for some of the work that he's actually done. Um, not just where it is.
Now, little known fact. Okay, this part is little known fact. The little known fact about child porn, as it were, okay, is actually not done on the dark web, because a lot of you think, oh, it's done in the dark web. No, it's not. It's actually done in plain sight and done in most photo sharing sites. Keyword: most sharing photo sites. Now, what they're saying in the Malacanang,
They're talking about Facebook.
you correct. They're
They're really
talking
bad on
about
Facebook.
they'll be monitoring more of the stuff now than
Mhm.
before. And again, a lot of big misnomer or big myth is, oh, you can get child porn only in dark web. No.
The parents are
It's
selling it through
in
Facebook
regular
and
sites, hidden in plain sight.
there's other things, because parents are putting their kids on Facebook and saying, meet up with me. And they send them, it's crazy what is actually being done out there. And the president says he's stunned more and more by the websites and how the internet is pushing it and everything. So it's not just directed at YouTubers. It's against everything that's going
It's
on out there.
anything social media.
Okay. So I want to move on from that. That was a small part of that. Did you hear about the cops from here out, the PNP and otherwise, cannot have tattoos that are visible anymore?
Okay.
Some are having them removed from their actual body.
Okay, now the thing is, I think this is somewhat this is my opinion
They
side.
said like other Asian countries.
This is my opinion side. Okay. My opinion is they made this public to make sure the future recruits won't get in. The reason why I say this is because I have never met. Okay, first off, I'm not anti-tattoo, just so you guys know.
Right.
Okay, but I believe they said this to prevent the future
That's not what you said
generation.
about my prison tattoos.
Well, that's a joke anyway. But anyway, now the what I'm getting. Sorry, I have to try to catch my rewind back and. All right, so what I'm getting at is, I think they're trying to prevent. It's one of those, you're in the cusp of between the old ways and the new ways. And what I'm saying is, there's this window where a lot of new recruits are coming in with tats on their arms. They have as the Americans would call it, or in the West, sleeves. And I think they're trying to prevent that. And they're trying to make it back to the old ways. And the reason why I say this is because, for starters, I have never, ever, ever seen police officers in particular, not cashiers or anything like that. Even cashiers, I haven't seen cashiers like that. But officers in particular, to have these stats visible in the Philippines. Keyword Philippines. I haven't seen that at all. So what I'm saying is, they're trying to keep it that way, but they're probably getting a good um a bunch of recruits that
It's
are.
said whoever has them, they cannot have them.
Well,
So
see,
even the
that's what I'm
current.
saying. It's one of
So it showed
those.
a bunch of them on video
They're
that
trying
are having
to.
him zapped off and stuff,
Well,
which
that's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
know how they can do that
They're
now.
trying to retroact it. I think, like I said, they have a drive of newer generations coming in.
And I see further down, Black Grandpa said that he did see him on an interview, regular guy, and we did too. But according to his shirt and his last videos, that's probably more than a week ago. So usually every few days, or you'll see him in a live stream. I just think he's traveling. It'd be my personal thing
No, no, no. That was just,
on
yeah.
that. But them are old. That's old footage. I understand most vloggers when they release videos, like right now, I'm still sitting on a 2-week-old video where we went on a ride and stuff. We have like several footages we've taken this week, but sometimes we never even release them.
Right. Like this live right now is actually pre-recorded, but we're just responding to your comments from the past,
Pre-recorded
in the future,
live.
because we can tell the future.
You couldn't tell your butt from a hole in the ground. What's with the George did that the other day when I asked him what he thought about certain vloggers. A little scary. Do it again,
But
babe. Show me your devil smile. That's when he's trying to be. You guys got it all wrong. George is the evil one. You're like, I knew George was evil. He's down and dirty, hanging down there with Ace Bachelor. Cool.
okay. Interesting theory, AJ. AJ says, according to a regular guy, he was told by to lay down, and he supposedly has hired a lawyer.
It's possible. It's very well possible.
Yes, Scott.
Because I think that was left in his own comments or something. So it's hard
Scott
saying.
needs to change his name according to what we say. So, correct.
Yeah.
Um.
Call yourself the S Meister.
Now, this is somewhat important. Well, actually, and I paychecks back pepper. Now, just saying, change the word Philippines wherever you are. If you are in the Philippines, wherever you are, drink water until your urine is cleared. Then drink more. Prepare for a hotter May. Um, Regardless of where you are, until your urine is close to clear, drink more water. You know what I mean? Fact. I mean, rehydration
Hey, Dickie
is the fountain
Spats.
of youth. Fact. Forget the health benefits because most people don't care. But if you want to stay younger forever, drink more water.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna start going into further topics. A lot of people are talking like with themselves. The only other thing I seen there was about the heat. Is it really that hot about the school shutting down? And yes, it really is that hot. As a matter of fact, in some areas it's hotter. But this is the hottest year on record right now since as I'm to understand, I told you 1900, 1903, 1909. I'm off the top of my head, but in May they said it's going to be ridiculous. So
No, what
starting,
was
we're
the
in the
actual
summertime.
number? I don't remember. It's not 109. It's 109 is kind of relatively uncommon.
That is it. Yesterday it read 108, 109. I took a screenshot. I mean, I took one yesterday and took one, but starting today it shows 101 without humidity, George, with no humidity. Okay, so I also
Oh, Michael John says it's 85 degrees. Wait. Oh, well, okay. Now remember, this is not. Hey, Michael, how you doing, man?
what's going on? Yeah, it's
This is
9:30.
it's
Okay,
still
so
early,
okay,
and
so what is it, George?
around noon,
All right,
that's when
so
it reaches these temperatures.
okay, so what does it say now?
91,
And with humidity?
102.
Right, it's 9:30 in the morning. With humidity, it's 102.
Yeah, AJ says it's 92 right now. Yes. No,
Right.
well, like I said, like, for those of
And here's the funny thing. See how the red sign stays all day long? It's hot. Usually it shows where it goes
yeah,
from one to the other.
and
It's
like
59%
right.
humidity.
And it's still early right now. Again,
Okay.
remember, it's kind of like the when you live in Arizona. 101, yeah. I see it.
101, 99 on Sunday without humidity. Then it'll be 100, 101, 100, 99, 100. So that's through the rest of
Right.
the week without humidity.
And that's what I was getting at. Again, remember, it's like Arizona. It doesn't mean it's hot all day, it's hot all night. No, it doesn't work that way. It's kind of like Arizona or anybody who's living in a desert environment. It's hot all day, then it
Hey,
drops
Tim
cold
Huss.
at night. In fact, Heidi actually was asking me, should we shave the dog or not? Because it does get cold at night.
Yeah, because it'll drop down to 80 something. It's still humid at night, so we still run the AC, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm worried because last time we did that, he got all
Well, sometimes it gets really dead cold at night. I mean, seriously. But
yeah. So.
what I'm saying is, it's not hot all day, hot all night. No, that's not how it works. But yeah,
On to beings. We'll let you guys talk amongst yourselves in here. So then we will move on to the first topic at hand, which is Cardwell World Zoom, which actually came up quite a bit yesterday. And quite a few people were comparing me to Cardwell. World of difference. Okay, big world of difference, guys. This is a criminal. What do you call that? I had the name for him earlier, but anyways, so let's talk about why he could be deported or what's up with that. So according to rumors, just miss, and then somebody saying him and his wife. Okay, and yes, I said wife. And we said that before that the guards told us that it was specifically his wife has been visiting. So I get they mix things up in Tagalog and all of that, but that's not the first time we heard that. Hence, could be the permanent resident visa he was asking about applying for. Nobody has any of that information. They asked that he had been to be and be left alone in regards to just taking care of business. That's why he wouldn't talk to the person in this video. And supposedly it is over taxes that he still owes a bunch of money. It's back taxes. This is unconfirmed. I mean, if he owes enough money, okay, and it's still considered that they're wanting him for this, and he owes a lot of money, then yes, they would actually take him back for that.
yeah, and no, he's married not to some lady that works in Dubai in the police department. I mean, that's one of his tall stories. Like, I'm like, no, he's not. No, no.
Career criminal. That's what I was going to say
Well,
because he did it at several
right.
hospitals,
No,
and he
that's what he
had
does.
12.
Yes, but
Sorry, I got something
right.
stuck in my throat.
But no, he didn't marry that girl that he's talked about in his interviews.
Yeah.
No, actually, the moment he mentioned that, I'm like,
He
I
might
even
be
told Ida,
married.
it's like, not even
He's probably
close.
married to that plastic flower in the
Not
background.
even close. No,
Hmm.
in one of his early interviews, when we were watching it, just as we were watching, I was like,
He talks about Sheila all the time, and a lot of people said they thought it was made up, and so we
well, of
think,
course it's made up. I mean, it's impossible.
well, we don't know his wife's current name, so that's where it'll
No,
actually.
but he says she was the first
Okay,
female police in Dubai.
okay. Joe Mama, that'll be the first warning that any further comments like that, and it's not even against us. Why would we put that up? So here, I just seen where it popped up, and it's kind of weird. Why do
Oh,
most
I got you.
Filipinos like? Why would they even put that or expect us to pop that up there? Well, you should be able to scroll further down. I don't know why.
Because it's held.
You can't see that.
Well, no, I see it now.
Right. I'm sorry. Like I said, there are some things that,
Some things I
When-
have to like. Okay, there's a difference between reading something and analyzing something. What I'm saying is like, did you just actually say that, bro?
several people question me about my sexual preference now because I mentioned that I was in the shower with a bunch of women or my comments. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who George likes, who I like, who you guys like.
Okay,
And it's just something.
One, yes, I understand. I get it,
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
okay. Anyway, either way,
You were just saying that yesterday, so I wasn't allowed to say that.
no.
Okay.
I said babe. There's a difference between answering, denying, and not answering at all. Do you have to answer the question? No, you don't. But that's fine. Anyhow, now
I didn't answer it.
Now, yo mama again, not picking on you, but you can't say stuff like that. I mean, it wasn't against anybody in particular. It was just somewhat one. It was held by YouTube, but YouTube alerted us what you said, and that's why I had to double read it. I'm like, did he actually just say that? Well, I'm just saying it's nothing against anybody in particular. It was just one of those. Huh? Anyway, um,
I don't get why they actually thought we would answer that or anybody else in the room would. So anyways. So once again, that's what I was talking about earlier. You just needed to look at it, move on. I
Ruby
mentioned
says over here in Australia, it's dry heat during summer. Temp can reach up to high 40s on extreme weather, but you still don't sweat. No, no, no. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know they said it's hotter this week than last week, although to me it felt hotter last week. It could be the wait, no.
All right. So the next thing that we're actually going to go over is the situation of Rafi Tulfo showing up, the whole walking street trouble situation. Um, I have not seen further information put out. Didn't exactly read things this morning or go full into depth about anything additional. As I'm to understand, another other channel actually released another video. Don't know what that's about. Could just be the same going over things. I didn't actually go further into that, but Rafi Tufo was called in over a Korean manager that's over there for the Viking bar. Supposedly it was shut down. We did not go down there today or last night to confirm whether they really opened it back up in the daytime to keep an eye on their violations, or there was talk that maybe they'll switch the bar managers out that was in our room the other day. All of that stuff about what's going on down there. That the foreigner had made a lot of was threats and everything else to the girls, right? You
Right.
watched that video.
Oh, yeah, no, she's talking about this incident. No, I turned off the audio because we were just going to talk about it.
Right. So yeah, go ahead. Anything? No, I'm saying go ahead. You put that up there. If you could see like your real face when you're doing that.
What?
Yeah, I was just saying you put it up there.
Yeah, and I said that's just to show what we're talking about.
Okay. Well, you could have left that up there then, I guess, while we were talking.
Yeah, I
Kind of
know.
odd. All right.
Okay, now for those of you who missed it, we talked about this yesterday in our live stream. Okay. Now, what's in important? The reason why we cover it, it's not because of it's been covered before. Actually, it has been covered by other vloggers. But we took out this particular section in particular. I mean, of course, you can't tell because it's muted. But what I'm saying is, this particular section we covered because a lot of times people say, "Oh, that's not how it works in the Philippines. Oh, this is this and this and that." I'm like, incorrect. You guys can call me all you want, but I know how it works here in the Philippines. I was born and raised here, but I've lived in the U.S. long enough to know the Western standard versus Philippine standard. Now, this particular case, the reason why we covered it is because we were trying to cover the actual judicial system or lack thereof in the Philippines. What I'm saying is these girls are not in Rafi Tulfo because they called the cops and they answered. These girls are not on Rafi Tulfo because they called the barangay and they answered. These girls went to Rafi Tulfo because they called both and nobody did squat.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So it actually got to that point that it looks like this Korean manager, it's not the first run in they've
Taiwan.
had.
Not this guy, the other guy.
Also, it's
Taiwan.
been said that the Viking Bar is offering additional services, not new on Walking Street. I'm going to tell you that right now, but other bars have been shut down for this, the excessive solicitation of the girls, services. Didn't he make a proposition to their hair salon or whatever they do, massage salon? So didn't he say something to him? He propositioned the girls there. It was
Well, somebody said in the live, although I kind of believe it, that actually it's funny that now that we're talking, they said, okay, this is actually CCTV footage from, or picture rather, from the actual parlor, okay, massage parlor, legitimate massage parlor, allegedly legitimate massage parlor. Now, the reason why this gentleman is causing ruckus allegedly is because he's not getting happy endings, if that makes any sense to some of you. Allegedly, that's why he caused all the ruckus. And what's the ruckus? Again, he physically abused and verbally and mentally abused everybody else.
The professor further down said the way you two talk about other YouTubers, you should not be as surprised when you attract viewers who will do the same to you.
Okay,
Okay, I
well,
don't know if that's in regards to allowing people in a room to talk about that type of sexual positions with Filipinas, or
wait, what? That's somebody else.
someone called the professor just said that.
Okay,
So,
now,
or I don't know if he's referencing to.
okay, now, regardless, okay, the professor, okay,
Yeah.
I don't know if you're a real professor or not, or that's just a made up thing. Now,
Hey, Kiki.
realistically, not going too deep, but real quick, doesn't matter what you do, people are going to pick at you no matter what. Fact. Doesn't matter what
And
your profession is, doesn't matter what your sexuality is, doesn't matter what your sex is. People will pick on you no matter what.
well, or if that was a reference to what that other person said, and I said we won't have it in our room just because our people watch other rooms or other things go on in those other rooms and they ignore the comments doesn't mean that we have to accept them. We still run a different type of channel. I'm sorry, just because we discuss people, like I said, we do a crap load of stuff in
Hector
there.
Guba says, and that Korean guy stole his man purse.
Oh, snap.
That's
Took his
hilarious.
man purse. So that's where it's at. We don't have to leave not the comment in. So
Aaron Trinkle says, we all know money makes things legal problems disappear. That's
Yeah,
funny.
so there's been a bunch of stuff going down on Walking Street. It's always been like that. A few months ago, there was the stabbing situation. There's fights with vloggers. There's, and I mean like physically, like the vlogger walked through. The Korean bar owner came out. They got into a fight. You guys know about that one. Him himself as a vlogger has walked through Walking Street, had it out with other people.
Oh,
There's
that guy.
always something going on down on
Yeah.
Walking
No, that
Street,
that
but
guy is milking that cow dry.
there's a
But
lot
anyway,
of things actually going on that goes on down there. But we must mention on the side would be Brian, Philly in the Philippines. There's been the big
hey Brian.
thing. Hey, Brian. We've been watching him for years, and there is the thing going on about him passing the torch. And George called this out when he started this series and been talking about it. A lot of people anticipating his move out to the province. He just announced it'll be in June. They're waiting for the kids and the schooling, a different type of vlogging, a new chapter. So I think it'll actually be really interesting, because it doesn't matter where he is. Seriously, he's still going to be a good vlogger. He's still going to be Brian. And that's what he actually brings to the table. In other words, he doesn't need any specific area. It doesn't matter if he's in the US. It doesn't matter if he was where people said it was all Walking Street or if it was all, where he goes diving. A lot of people like him for his diving. What I'm saying is wherever he is just going to be Brian. It's his personality. And in saying that, it looks like Ace Bachelor Cool, a guy that refers to Filipinas as baby dolls. It's weird. I heard him talk about how he's planned his life, how he is he got his pension based on long term being in the military, how he planned his life, that he went through all these divorces, child support. He sat down and said something the other day, right? And when he actually did that, I'm not sure there, Darren D, what happened to Ace's skull. Thanks for the vision again. Did you you tell him about that his head looks like a nugget? A gold nugget, like shaped like a piece of corn.
Well, that's. I mean, I get the reference
It's
and
been
all
a
that,
long week.
but
Look,
it's. I mean, I know the answer to that, but I'm not gonna answer it because I know you're kidding, obviously. But anyway,
already, things just got weird. But the same as many vloggers, I don't always agree with what he says, the baby doll reference, all of that. He does talk about young girls. He talks about 18-year-olds and all this. Well, in just the video we had in the last couple of days, I couldn't tell if it was one 4 days ago, and we usually don't watch him if it wasn't for what was going on. He actually referred that he doesn't need the bar fines. He doesn't need to go to the Walking Street area. Now it's kind of like he's saying, I don't need Walking Street. He creepily announced that he gets his women off of Facebook. They flock to him. That he doesn't need to pay. He doesn't, but I'm pretty sure he has said that. Now, I want you guys to understand that I feel a lot of vloggers put on a heavy persona, way different than what they are in person. We've told you guys that a couple years ago. We're like, you guys know that's fake. That's this. That's this. I think a lot of his is persona, but according to sources, he is what he actually is. He started up an additional channel similar to Mike about the Philippine reaction, but he's calling it Philippine reaction, but yet he uses real Filipinas, okay, that actually use his whiteboard and copy the same topics. Um, but as far as passing on the torch, Billy, of course, is going to keep that torch. It's not going to be to Chubs Dubsy. He talked about Chubs Dubsy today and all of that situation. How he feels that it's pretty much all played out, where he's copied a lot of his topics. He's just going through all the bar stuff. And the one thing we said when we first seen Chubs Dubsy, we have met him in Candy Palace. Really nice guy. We met his woman, Anne,
and
and he actually came here with no income. He just had actually savings, and he is relying strictly on that income. Okay. And I have to refer that everybody has said that's what we're doing, and it's not. It's just extra money. This is just extra. And but he really is living as the money, as his whole money. And he's realizing now that it's a lot more work. A lot of people don't realize it. Even if it's a little bit, it still takes work of editing and everything. And so that's kind of where it is. The same with Ace. So, but it looks like it is in that Brian himself has said that Ace has been calling his wife names or talking about the children. A bunch of stuff went on. He has copies of the tape where that actually went on, and he said from his own channel today that his wife is actually filing a case with the attorney, or they're actually going to do something about what he said, because there was definitely some heavy duty defamation. So, according to Brian, so I
Right
have to say
now,
that.
I probably won't put it up because first off, we
Oh, we
never
don't
said
even.
we
Oh, hey,
never
normal
said
guy is back. Good morning, normal guy.
a normal guy. First off, when you put up that comment, first off, even up to now, actually, we still have not said one wrong thing or anything against Ace Bachelor. Cool, not one. But your comment is contradictory to what we said.
I
Meaning,
would put it up.
okay, I'm
You're
gonna put it up just so
addressing
the other people can see it.
see what you're saying. And
You both are jealous of Ace and his YouTube success, just tearing
this is the
down
first.
others to try to build yourself up. Guys, everybody in the chat, tell us what we said wrong about Ace.
Well, here's the thing.
That
Even if
tells
it's other people that we're talking about, that's your version that we're tearing these vloggers down.
right.
That's your
We have not
perception.
said one
And we'll address.
negatory thing.
I don't care if I am. George will tell you that, and then I'm going to tell you on the other
Well,
hand
the
that
reason-
we have over 1,000 videos.
No.
We'll go through this again with you
It
guys.
means they're
And I
biased.
think
That
you
was what I was
just
getting at.
yeah,
Dave.
I think you
It's a biased
we've
person.
had a few of these comments the last couple days, and they're like, "Oh, well, that's all you guys do now."
And the normal guy's been trolling us for a while, but we don't block trollish behavior. We have to observe that particular person. I put air quotes because remember, these are not half of these are not real people.
And well,
Um,
well, here's the funny thing. Several channels lately have said that when somebody says something about them, their first responses or people in the chat or other comments, those channels are super jealous. That's why it's happening.
right, but
Not necessarily
haven't said
is that
not one
true.
thing
It doesn't
wrong with
mean we're
Ace.
jealous. As a matter of fact, number wise, I believe our numbers are bigger than his. I wouldn't say he's exactly successful.
In
I
fact,
mean, what's the definition of success? And honestly,
Right.
even the numbers don't matter.
and in fact, Heidi
Numbers
said
aren't
this,
even real.
not in these words, but Heidi said this today, just now, a few minutes before you made, or a minute, or probably 10 seconds before Heidi made the statement, or after, whatever. Heidi basically said, not in these words, remember what you see on YouTube, that person could be just all an act. What that YouTuber is on YouTube and in real life could be two completely different things. She actually said that, and actually, we never, even at that point, we still never said anything wrong about.
And neither is him. So further down, our same friend actually came through and said, "Oh, so he's not big enough to defend like regular guy."
Okay,
But see here you are. It
another
doesn't matter.
bias,
Yeah.
which is that's I was gonna get at
Yeah,
again.
so
Now,
he's just
the thing is,
actually you're just wasting our time right now. That's
well,
the way I see
that's
it.
what I mean. We
So
don't normally
do that unless you
unless
become an
you're
attention grabber.
proving
That
you are what we think you are.
more than a troll. So we're not going to have that anymore. And
Well,
you
we
guys,
haven't. We haven't.
we've had a few people like the guy the other day. He wanted to be seen. He wanted to be heard, and we don't mind that. We would have never accepted that 6 months ago for vloggers that come in trying to grab attention, and the actual ones that come in. We don't mind the chat in there. We don't mind, but when you come in and say things that I doubt you even believe just to have us go through it, I wouldn't actually believe it. So, anyway, so we'll move on to the next one. So that's what's going on is the Brian and Ace thing at one point, according to if you watch Ace Bachelor, okay, Ace just said that he goes on about how he used it for clickbait, that he just said things about Brian, and he was saying how he's was friends in different videos. It's kind of confusing at this point when we watched him this morning. And Brian pretty much laid him in his tracks and laid it down for him. And then he showed a piece of dog crap on the ground, and Ace was told exactly what to do. So I mad respect. He showed a piece of dog crap on the ground. That's all I gotta say is Brian scores 1,000 points. So that's all I gotta say about that one. So there is nobody to replace Brian. He is original. He does put the content out. So
Yeah, yeah, he's Phil and Ace are no
hey,
friends. Yes,
hey, go on, chosen
yeah,
one.
Brian again. Yeah, he pretty much put that out there. Yes, definitely.
And I don't know if when we
Surely
open
don't
the
play it.
panel that Mike's going to join. I see he's in the house. Mike's Philippine Journey. He put a video out this morning. I don't know what that's about. Can't say because it came out either a little after or before. We didn't catch it while we were setting up the live. I think it just came out. So where he was talking about the situation on Walking Street, something about scandal. I don't know if there's some flip in the story because I remember some actually do get additional information or it's we don't have anything additional. I'll just be honest on that.
Well, Manny C says Ace crossed the line, talked about man's wife. No, you don't do that, right?
No, and that is true. So most definitely, most definitely.
Rocky, you just saying it right, man.
Kiki,
Rocky
Kiki in
says,
the
"Can you imagine
Philippines.
Philly serenades his huge head?" You ain't right, man.
Let's see. I know. I see.
You ain't right.
Somebody said something about an aircraft carrier a minute ago.
Oh, I've heard
Yeah,
of that one.
he
I
said,
want to see that one.
"Oh yeah, totally believable that Ace, as well as the Jungle Man, is scoring girls on Facebook." Hey, what happened to that relationship, Kiki, with you and Jungle Man? Didn't you guys go to Manila together on a bus and all of that? Didn't they last year and a half ago?
Okay,
I have to mention that. He said something about the scoring of him. But I know at one point you actually knew him and hung out with him. Last I heard about him is the reason he's not in our room no more is he specifically came in our room and said, check out my YouTube channel. And we're not going to have that. Okay. So it's a belief that there's another channel that we just banned him because of a poll. That's not true. There was some self-promotion in our room, and I must say there are multiple reasons why. But when you make a poll about somebody that they're the worst, and then you put in people like Brian, you know what you're doing when you do that. You put in vloggers with 100,000, 60,000. We're the lowest channel in there. And at the time you were talking about our channel, right? Then you put in who was the best and you put us in there as the first listing. And you then in the end took it down. You then put our numbers out, okay? And that was our numbers and you know it is. And we know that you specifically have been talking about us in the past. That's why we don't have that blogger on anymore. So the same with that. We no longer have Jungle Space Cowboy in our room because he kept saying, "Hey, go check out my channel. This is my channel. I just released this video," and his statements were always off. So hence why he's not in our
yeah,
room.
yes, no, we remember it was an acting job, but yeah, we forgot you did move back to Dumaguete,
Yeah, I
correct?
knew at one
And
point he
Jungle
did.
Space Cowboy stayed here in
I
Angeles,
guess
right?
he threw a blotter down on Angel Witch Bar. One of our friends is Darren that owns Kokomo's. Some of the
Yes.
best food. That's got the best perch to watch people walk by and some of the best food. So I've been to a lot of restaurants, and in my opinion, I like their food there.
Right.
Hey, Bear in the Philippines. Hey,
Now,
Spatula Tool.
with all due respect again to Kokomos, be aware that our review of Kokomos is based on if you've lived here in Angeles or Philippines a while. And what I'm saying is, if let's say you've been going to Red Robin and then you fly to the Philippines and go to Kokomo's, you can't compare that because you
I
can't
do.
get Western food the same way you would get in the
Everybody's
Philippines.
review of a place will be
Right.
different, and that's what's good about YouTube and the internet. You'll get different, views of different things. I liked Kokomo's. Okay, it's not a super fancy hotel. It reminds me of some places in Ohio.
No, it's good food. It's good food. Yeah, no, I'm not arguing about
Right.
that.
No,
But when
and the hospitality, like
right,
the housekeepers were super nice with us. They helped us with extra blankets. They offered to move us to a nicer room based on Darren and all that. It was really everybody
right.
was nice. And then the food, we got to admit the drinks and
No,
food
the drinks and
was
food were
really
great.
decent.
But
Yeah.
what I'm saying
And
is,
good sized
the thing
portions.
is when you're fresh off the boat, as it were, from the U.S. and then you land here and then you go to Kokomo's, the
A lot of
food will
people.
taste awful to you because it's not the same in the first place.
Bro, I still think it's good.
No, no, no,
So, and I'm pretty
babe.
picky.
Again, I'm not saying it's not. What I'm saying, remember that
Not everybody's same.
most burgers, for example, if if you go anywhere else, if you're fresh off the boat and go anywhere else, you can taste the soy out of the burgers.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? But you go to Kokomo's, it's beef burgers. So there's a difference. I mean, I'm just giving you an obvious, concrete example that a lot of the burgers here are not real burgers. They're
Yeah.
soy mix.
Let's see. I just seen. You guys can understand when the comments come in, it bumps a bunch of them up. So we're just grabbing them at random. John Weller said, "Does Philippines have a website to verify if a Filipino is married or not?" Um, Good question. I know that the Filipinos, like George,
Well,
when we were going to marry here versus pay $400 to get our marriage certificate certified, that you had to
you
order.
send for a Cinemar
Right. I don't know.
certificate of non-marriage or certificate of marriage,
I'm
as it
not
were.
going to claim that I actually know that. So I'm pretty sure an average person cannot order that. They have to have the Filipino provide it for them because you have to give all the personal
Right, and the
information
problem with
ID.
that is a Cinemar can be fake.
Dime to a dozen be bought. So that's a
And to make things
problem.
worse, not only can it be fake, most of you guys in the West don't know what a Cinemar looks like.
And here's another thing. I'm just throwing something out, not in defense of regular guy. Do you realize how many women actually use fake IDs that are 15 and say they're 18 or 19, or that all these fake papers come up? So a lot of people are like, well, regular guys should be asking people for ID, or this person that's considered a problem. I'm not giving them a pass on this. What I'm saying is there are fake IDs, and these women do this like they do in the US. Okay. And I think about that also understand that I want to make a statement, and I don't care if you guys feel that it's in a defense of regular guy, because after what I went through in the past week, or actually last couple months of the threats I've been receiving in the mail to expose me and all that, and then I actually told on myself situation, which I shouldn't have had to do, by the way, that I know stuff is made up out there. I'm gonna tell you that right now, that um, that things will be made up. Things will be elaborated. Extra stuff will be added. That's why we decided to talk, because I've seen so many things on different vloggers that were never even true when we got the true information from them. A lot of stuff is very much elaborated. Okay. A lot of the stuff we cover, we get out of the newspapers, we get from documents, we get from their mouth, and this, and that. So a lot of the things being said were made up. So that's why we decided to go ahead and tell what happened to me 19 years ago. We got a bunch of messages, yes, because we're going to be talking about me. Might as well cover that next. Last night, we got a bunch of things calling me a pillhead, that I was a drug addict, that I'm making up excuses, that I lied on my passport application, which, by the way, I was like, George, pretty sure it wasn't on there. And I pulled that up this morning from the government site, and they never ask a question about whether you're a felon or not. It's not on the application. They will run you and do a
They'll
background
do
to
it
see
automatically on the
if
back end, yeah.
correct. You're run through all kinds of things, and I didn't think that it was actually on there, but this is made up information. So much so that people have me living all over the place. So much so I felt I couldn't even talk about the state that I was lived in because people kept threatening, "Oh, we're gonna find out what state you lived in. We're gonna find out your birthday. Oh, we know you have something wrong. Oh, we're going to hunt you down." And all of this. Now I am super free, very confident in what I said yesterday. I was told that I was blowing smoke up people's butts to what else? That I was gaslighting people yesterday. And I'm like, okay, even if we went by the article that we showed you guys yesterday, because when you put in my name, it's not hiding anything. But why should I tell you every married name that I've had or tell you about something 19 years ago? It's because of the threats. It's because of, oh, you have no right to talk about other people with crimes in the past, which puts me more in the position to say, behave yourself while you're in the Philippines. Behave yourself. Or if you're out in the open, you're out in the open. But now it's out in the open. So now they're claiming they have court documents. I want to let you know whatever court documents they come up with are not real. I'm going to tell you that right now. That I think in 2014, okay, I actually tried to get my own documents, and without going in and signing for my discovery, it wasn't online. There are my divorce papers online. It shows where I was let off of probation, and the other one shows that I owed $200 for my attorney, the court appointed attorney. The rest of it is all made up. It's not out there. So anything they come up with is probably not real. So I must say that. But there were more positives sent to us than there were negative. Okay. So I probably got about a dozen of them calling me a druggie and that they don't know my story or my full medical or my surgeries that I had, what they were for, what I was going through. And so that's just where
Well,
it stayed.
in just so you guys know, again, be aware that even people who hate certain people, there's a difference between a biased opinion and an opinion. You can
Yeah.
be
Cause they
against
added
somebody and be
presidential things in there.
unbiased. Like that's a perfect concrete example. For instance, we got a lot of political comments, and you're like,
What
wait,
did Trump have to do with me
well,
being a
or
drug
anybody in
addict?
particular, because it's like, what do I'm like, dude? First off, leave politics off of this. Second off,
And
it
well,
doesn't make
I think
that's obviously biasness. You know what I'm saying? And we're not going
I
to allow,
think
you
that
know,
I admitted that it was drug probation, which of course, because it was still prescriptions, it was still multiple medications. They put almost everybody on drug probation.
her prescription drug,
Right.
not just prescription, her prescription drug,
Right, correct. And that was
to
confirmed in the
clarify.
original documents too, that everything that I asked for was what I had been on for
Right.
years. So it does, and it just wasn't pain pills. And all of that was admitted yesterday. So some of them come in, you can just tell they're outright trolls. Probably some of the original people making threats. And it's like at this point, we do appreciate everybody that came
Right. That's
through.
where the biasness comes
And
in.
then
Yeah.
one person, and I'll call her out, or she says it was a her, actually said, and I'm thinking of that's why I'm actually looking up. Her words were, I should have told people sooner. I shouldn't have hid it from the people. I shouldn't have lied about it. So did you guys expect me to walk into immigration or a room when I go to the mall and say, hey, 19 years ago, this is what happened? Or I told Georgia, maybe I should have walked in and said, hey, I've been molested and the R word by men under the age of 15, right? I should announce every single thing that happened to me. I mean,
Okay.
that's what I think is actually
First
funny
off,
is I didn't really owe it to anybody. I did
no,
it
nobody owes
because I knew
anybody
lies would be told
that
about
you
this.
have to expose yourself the moment you meet them. Forget knowing strangers. Let's even
Mhm.
go to even as deeper as dating, meaning you're dating because you're trying to look for a partner. So that's
And
deep.
a lot of
But
people hold that back.
nobody ever says
But a
on
lot
the
of them hold
first
it
date.
back.
Well, that's why I said nobody says on the first date,
Do you
oh,
remember
just
do you
so you
remember how
know.
soon I told you? Within a month?
Well, it wasn't soon, but
Yeah, but it wasn't the first date, second date, but I did tell you
well, that's
some
why I
people
said
actually
nobody
hold it
says
back.
it on the first date. If
Right.
you say it on the first date, then there's something off with you. I mean, I'm not picking on you,
Well,
whoever does that. But what I'm saying is not you don't owe anybody to mention everything at once.
well, we didn't know it to anybody at all
But
except for the
the
lies that have been coming out.
right
So
now the stipulation is, again, I'm talking about Western standards here. I'm talking about dating. Okay. right before you get married, right before you have the ring, that's when all skeletons on the closet should come out. That's the stipulation. Meaning you don't, while you're dating, you don't have to throw out all your skeletons in the closet at once, yada, yada, yada. But you do have to throw out all the skeletons in your closet before you get married.
Well, we had received an email about 2 months ago. And again, usually as soon as we see their fake names, we have deleted them. But specifically, they'll try to put something on the line. They actually believe that George did not know about
No,
my, I'm
no.
going to expose you. I'm going to tell George everything and blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. So I think these people thought that's what they were doing. All it did was set me free last night. As a matter of fact, it set me freer because that's the one thing that I knew that I had experience on. And I rose above it, and it was said that I did not take in consideration of the guy behind the counter. That's not true. I said that I was very remorseful. I shouldn't have had to spend 5 years for that, but I did spend 5 years for
And
that.
she
I did a lot of
was way
probation.
before that live, way before we even arrived to the Philippines. Heidi mentioned that person several times.
And that I sent a letter, and that
Yes.
no, by all means, I was very, very, very sorry. And honestly, once again, I shouldn't have had to say that, but I wanted to address a few people because a lot of people are like, this is what's made you an expert about the situations of these other, guys coming here. Because I call out that a lot of guys coming here have a lot of issues. It's not the reason we came. It's, I mean, they're like, oh, she's running from something. I can tell, I can smell she's got problems. Yeah, 19 years ago, one item. And then I mentioned that I had a bad check. I think the bad check was in 98 or something. So that's all you got. So all of their cards got pulled from them the moment we announced that. And we had only found out that morning that several people were talking about us, but they have talked about us further back. We just left it alone. Like literally, they were talking about it, but we decided to. And if it was beating them to the punch, that's fine. But now they're like, so the reason I'm mentioning is we were going to cover it because it's part of the week. I'm sure somebody like, I bet they won't recover it again. Yeah, we're going to talk about what I said yesterday. And the reason I say that is because a lot of the stuff you're hearing about other people are made up. So make up your own mind about what's going on, whether it's regular guy or me or everybody. And we actually have always said that we're only here to actually talk about the news, to have a conversation with you. And you would be surprised some of the stuff that I'm hearing about George, about me. And it's like, oh, so now you're just going to add things on there, and they will. So I'm just letting you know that, let me know when you guys go to Florida and you go to a court and sign for my papers and you actually get them. So let me know when you've actually done that, because besides that, I have told you what actually happened, and that's why we did. So,
Yeah, and just real quick again, for those of you who are
well, yeah,
well,
because
I
he
was saying,
said you'd be a fool.
Aaron says this is not from us. The trolls are on a roll today. Again, even the viewers know, like, yeah, these are not regular guys. These are trolls.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
again,
Joseph said you'd be a fool to tell on yourself. I'm not
correct,
running. And I'm sure that's what they're laughing about
right.
now. Did you see Heidi? She told on herself and she's gaslighting people and she's lying. What else did you fools have? Nothing. That was the thing. Okay. And also, I want to let you know that we did lawyer up. We've had a lawyer since a year and a half ago when there was an incident, which I'll bring in here in a minute. Okay. Why we had to get a lawyer last year. And the thing is no, I'm not going anywhere. I haven't broken any laws here, and I know where the law stands, and I know where immigration stands. So that threat is way out the door. I've been threatened even as of last night that, oh, you're definitely being deported. No, that's in your mind.
And the real fact and sad truth, real sad,
Is that they're
because
just sad?
no. The real sad truth. Actually, me and Heidi talked about this last night because of Black Grandpa says the biggest threat to an expat in the Philippines are other expats.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to clarify, not just expats. What I'm saying is, the Filipinos,
And YouTubers.
the Filipinos, don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. They won't. They
No.
really won't cause you problems. The
No.
problems is are other expats or wannabe
And they've doubled down on
expats.
me. So I even
Right.
felt afraid to mention Florida in the last couple months or where I came from again. And I'm like, but I shouldn't have had to because I know I'm innocent at this point. 19 years ago, the only crime, nothing since. I did my time. I was years on probation. I never failed probation. I was in the best type of prison, the horse camp. I was in the actual outside work, and only I think it was 160 women out of thousands and thousands that are in Florida jails and prisons get to go to that program. I was in that program. You think they're going to find that paperwork? No. They're not going to find the good about me. They want to find the bad. And you guys can't say that that's all we do on this channel. Secondly, I want to address the additional comments that you have the nerve, okay, that I was talking about Brian's wife in the past. Okay, so I want to let you know that some vloggers had stopped talking to us because they were told that it was me that was bullying Brian's wife. Okay, so I want to address that on the side with this Ace Bachelor thing going on. And I will say it is way different. Okay, so in that manner, there was an instance where he did a footage about us and he put our photo up, me upset about a wheelchair a year and a half ago or something. And he talked several times upon the channel, references or whatever. And it's just YouTube. I get it. Okay. And at some point, I mentioned that due to him using my photo and all that, if I ever seen him and looked, there would be a confrontation. That's what was in the legal paperwork. So just like him going after Ace, which is his right, or going after us, which is his right, he went, and I want to clear this out too, because a few people sent messages about this because of the Ace thing. That's all that was actually said. The second thing that I stated was that Lut used the children in her footage. There's nothing wrong with me saying that because them are truths. And I said that based upon her own video. One of her videos stated, okay, that they had somebody following them, which she shouldn't have people following her. That is really, really bad. And that's when, at that point, I said it's probably because of the kids being in the footage all the time. All right. In saying that, I was really extremely upset because, according to Brian and Lut, they thought that I really was after her. And I'm like, I never said that, never threatened her in a full threat, never did any of that. And I was very remorseful on that. I apologize. The video is still out. We didn't take the footage down. It is still out there from what, a year ago? I think it's been about a year. So, and even George can attest that that was never meant in any manner. Confrontation does not mean fight. Confrontation just means I just said I would be confronting them. Confrontation. That was my words back to back.
Well, it doesn't mean
If I ever seen
physical
them in
fight.
the
Doesn't
mall,
necessarily mean
I would
physical.
be having a confrontation. And it was said in that manner, never said anything. Ace Bachelor Cool, on the other hand, has said a lot of nasty things. And I'm not even going to repeat him. Brian already has that. And there hasn't been anything since. George has met up with him since that incident. During the incident, all of this was taken care of. So for those that are still out there like, oh, you're no better than this, and now we know you're a criminal, that's why you threatened his wife. Give me a break, guys. Once again, people not knowing the full story.
No, it wasn't a real threat.
And it was
first
never
off.
announced from him exactly what happened. He mentioned other channel. He didn't say our channel out loud. But we've already discussed that too. So I just want to put that on the side for sure. So yeah, confrontation. Would somebody put
Okay.
confrontation in there?
I had to Google this, although I already knew the definition. But to give you the verbal definition, is a hostile or argumentative meeting situation between opposing parties.
Argumentative, and that's exactly
Which,
what I meant. So who said
Again,
that?
it's no. What I'm saying is, unless it says somebody says we'll have a physical confrontation. There's difference between we'll have a confrontation versus physical. When they mention the word say physical confrontation, then it changes. But confrontation doesn't mean you're gonna actually have a fight. You're gonna have a rather not necessarily have a physical fight. Usually, confrontation means verbal. But anyway,
There's no way that that's real.
no, it can't be. But
I'll
let's see.
double check because I know that'll be a joke. Of course not. Nice try, Lockham.
Yeah, and see
Goodbye.
now.
That's we'll give you an example. If you guys didn't see that Tim K thing,
Well, first off, it wasn't Tim K, and that was
we just
obviously a
checked.
biased comment. And
That'll give you a good example of what we're up against. And what it is they want to silence me in any manner as possible.
now, David.
And if that person starts,
Okay, actually, yes, that's what I'm getting at. Now, David, again, first off, I'm usually okay. We don't normally block people automatically. We don't. For example, Eden's been here since yesterday. You've been here a lot. So are the ones that are disappearing. We pay attention to your behavior. If your behavior patterns prove that you are what you are, aka, just here to disrupt anything or any other YouTuber out there, then obviously we'll
and
know what you
I
are.
hope you guys know that I won't even go through.
Now,
how
for
you guys are
example,
trash.
David says, comments are disappearing fast today. He's made a few negative comments, but they're not necessarily biased. So what I'm
It's
saying
our
is
channel.
what I'm saying is he still travels in the realm of normalcy, if that makes any sense. For example,
And
that
we
Tim
leave a lot
K,
of nasty
yeah,
comments up
that Tim
about
K, I
us.
put air quotes on that because we all
Because it's really
obviously
not. So someone to fake Tim K,
well,
I
that's
just reported the account. So I'm
that's
going to do
that's the
that.
first red flag. And then you read the rest of the comments. It's obviously biased. And again, most of the ones who've been here today have seen Eden way before that.
Right. So we
And
understand.
that tells you we don't normally just do that.
And
It's
I
just
would hope you used a burner phone on that because a lot of you monkeys think that you can create these fake accounts based on your own IP address, which can be traced. Okay. And I used a burner phone. Well, I hope you did.
yeah,
I
and again,
hope
it's
you
not just
did.
us. Even the audience says again, trolls are really out today.
No, of course.
David says, "Don't get me wrong. I really don't care about shifty comments. That's what I mean. They're
No, but there's a limit.
so like
Okay.
for
All
instance,
vloggers
that
were.
one, for example, that one
What was that one?
right there. Now that I've
Yeah,
been watching a while.
I would leave them in there. Those I don't actually
No.
mind.
No, they've been at it. That's what I'm saying. I do pay attention, babe.
Okay. If George is blocking you, that's pretty bad.
That's the thing. If I block you, that means you're really doing something off.
Because I don't exactly see them all when I'm sitting here talking.
Because
So
honestly, I'm the last person that will block. I'm the most forgiving guy you'll ever meet, honestly. And if I see patterns, and unfortunately, if you fall into that whatever box you put yourself in,
no, Manny, we understand, but we're not afraid of those trolls. And you are saying something classically that other YouTubers say. Oh, don't feed the trolls. Don't do. And usually we don't. Like 95% of the time we don't. But the problem is those trolls are other YouTubers and they're spreading misinformation. Just not the basic information. And we have to speak now because they're still threatening. Same guy who threatened people's children themselves, but then mad because somebody else is saying it's just insane. Insane. It's not the way you go after people is talking about their kids. That's how we know it's the same people. You don't talk about going after my grandkids where you think you're making me listen. Why? Because we blocked you from our channel. We blocked several people this year. Okay. We don't want you in the channel. And so you can make up all the accounts you want. You can call out your little army, but that's all you are is sad and pathetic. And I will call you out on that.
well, just an example, for instance. Okay, this is an old.
It's just
This is an old comment.
which Silver
It
Raven's
was
been
done
around.
almost an hour ago.
Yeah.
She said clout chasing. Okay. Okay. That could mean a lot of things, but it's still a
Okay.
negatory comment, but it's
But
still there because
Yep.
it's
So maybe we are, maybe we're not. You guys will never know.
that's what I mean.
Maybe we talk about the opposite of what the other channels are saying, huh? Maybe everything the other channels are saying, maybe that's what it is that we're actually just giving our honest opinion.
Point being, we're really fair when it comes to the chat. Only when you go
And the
off the
guys
deep
know
end.
that.
Yeah, and like I said, even the chat even said it
And all you're doing
earlier.
is pushing our algorithm.
Yeah.
So you being in here putting those negative comments is just pushing our algorithm. So as we always say, score us. Score us, because even your hate is spreading our channel. I'm just telling our regulars that anything else put out there besides what I said is lies. Lies. And if you guys believe the newspapers, I explained what the newspaper was about. Tequila Reefs has the best food. Tequila Reef.
Well, Travel Learn Repeat said it first. It says Tequila Reef has the best food in Angel City, hands down. Chosen One says
Yes, we
right,
like
that
Tequila Reefs. Yes.
now we love Tequila Reef. I mean,
Well,
we
yeah,
don't
and
see anything wrong with
everybody,
it, you
yeah,
know.
yeah. No, we like Tequila Reefs.
But it's
I
possible
like
that
the
you
eggs Benedict, and understand that that is a British-owned restaurant. Is he British or Australian? We went through. He's Australian
wait,
at
no,
the
Kokomo.
Kokomo's
is
Australian, right?
yeah, Kokomo. Yeah.
Right. So the Australian-owned restaurant is just. I like their food. I like their eggs Benedict, one of the best I've had. It's just preference to what type of food you guys like too. No, we had eggs Benedict there.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've been in a few restaurants. So I'm trying to figure out if you
Yeah.
know.
There's a lot of them, but I like.
Rocky
Yeah,
Raccoon
no, it's
says
Australian, not British.
Rocky Raccoon says Ace calls his crib Lala. He sings sitting on Lala, waiting for my yeah.
Yeah, some of the
Yeah.
that's kind of off.
Oh yeah, and we have an exclusive interview with the owner of Kokomo's. However, we did not release the footage because he actually requested not to.
Yep.
But nice guy, great guy. We spoke with him for over an hour, and great
Nice
guy.
Yeah, speaking of which, we still got our T-shirt somewhere that says Angel Witch on it. We just don't wear them.
The reason being we don't wear them is because
They're super thick.
yes, they're really thick cotton shirts, which is kind of weird. I mean, I understand quality because thick cotton shirts don't wear down as soon as
Hey,
obviously,
Jojo.
but no, they're thick and it's
That's
yeah.
real quick. That's the truth. Digital Global Investor says, yeah, you can't be successful without having any haters. That is true. And every channel, even the innocent
Forget the
ones,
channel. Even
have 'em.
actors have them.
Well, that's beyond that. Them are the first ones that have them. So a lot of them. It doesn't matter how super innocent they are. Even the most perfect have tons of them, and just the others just tend not to respond. And I don't mind because some of the statements just get so far out there. I've seen those same people travel on to other channels that have seen that, and they spread it on to the next channel and the next one. And so I'll set it straight here is why we're doing that. So, but not
Yeah.
everybody gets all that. Believe me, this group is not an original group since we started this and been here, that I've been here for 3 years. There have been more and other issues. This just seems to be the one that's on the burner. But now that this is out,
Well, that's a good way to say it. It's on the burner. Yes.
yeah, it's just it
Yeah. You have
doesn't.
first gen, second gen, third gen. We're third gen.
I'm
Philly's second gen. There were ones before him.
Well, here's the thing if you think about it, and I'll mention regular guy because I bet what's going on with him now, there's a bunch of other things they've messed with him about. They probably talk about his hair. They probably talk about this. They probably go into how he lies in his stories. Or, I'm just making stuff up, by the way. This isn't real. But I'm sure as him, that's not the main issue. But now that there's a serious accusation out there, this is where he's getting involved. Everybody has their limits. Think about like me. Okay, so the threat has been that George didn't know about my life and that the other one was about immigration. Could I stay quiet about that? Yes. But eventually, now that they're putting it out the last month and now they're putting it out in front of everybody, it was just a matter of,
and immigration
that
doesn't care. And somebody actually, thank you again for I'm not going to name who you are, but thank you for the information you gave us. Why immigration didn't care, because they actually gave
Well,
us an information like, okay, that makes a lot of sense now. But
which we already kind of knew
yeah,
because I've already passed. So, and they can say they're
right.
coming after me, but as of right now, unless
They're
I
not,
am
and they're
arrested
not going to,
or
nor will
called in
they in the future.
undesirable, when that actually
Right.
happens and they take me off, then that's when I will go off. And then when I go off, it doesn't mean that I'm gonna be without my husband. Like we said, he's the only thing that matters, and we will go off somewhere else. It does. I mean,
I'm gonna miss you.
yeah, I'm gonna miss you too, baby. I'm sorry, I got to go.
I'm gonna miss you.
Leaving on a jet plane.
Let
I
me
don't
let me
know
pack your shit.
when
I'm gonna pack your
I'll
shit
be
for you
back
to
again.
show my love.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
find a
pack your
girlfriend. I'm gonna find
shit.
me a girlfriend.
No, true story. True story. I had one of my mentors, as it were, in the U.S.,
Oh
and
boy.
I'm actually a very, well mannered, very unassuming guy, and I'm a yes man back then because I'm very naive, and I was in a bad relationship, and my boss was like, "Hey George, let me teach you something." He says, "When you get home, you tell your partner this: pack your
Oh, we might as well open the
pack
room up. Where
your."
we at?
That's what he kept doing. Okay, repeat, George. Repeat what I just told you.
What you
I
talking
said,
about?
pack your. No, no, no,
Oh, you
no,
talking about the
no.
girl?
Say this like this. Pack your. I'm like, pack your. Yes, yes, harder, better. And he did this to me for an entire week until I actually got rid of her. But anyway, it was just funny.
Oh, he
I
told
mean,
you.
what kind of guy? I love the guy. I love the guy. Honestly, I was a
You
factory.
talking about a breakup with the girl?
Yeah, I was a factory manager at that time, and honestly, I quit for the wrong reasons on my end because I was in another bad relationship. Um, and he actually told the owner of the company, says, if you can't bring George back, I'm going to quit my job. I'm going to quit. I'm going to quit. Yeah, quit my job. And he did. And I didn't know about this till
Hey,
10 years
maybe.
later because I revisited the factory. Just I was in the area. I was like, hey, how's it going? And oh, hey, George, he quit right after you quit, right? He told us if we can't get you back, he's gonna quit, and he did. Biggest wow, love the guy, love the guy.
A
But anyway,
chosen one said, I had a girl tell me to pack my shite a long time ago. Nowhere to go. Being homeless sucks. Yeah, I hear you, man. Someone was trying to ask me if that's the time that I was homeless, and the answer is no. I said there were two other reasons. I admitted to that, in my lifetime too, and had nothing to do with it. Got a divorce though. Maybe you like to show those
I
papers.
got a divorce though.
Um, oh, that's weird. That just put it in there twice. So, pinned to the top of the channel and in the chat is our is
Link.
we're open up so
Yeah.
you can come in and
Now
heckle me.
to clarify again, when we're talking about when you first arrive here, again, not picking on any restaurant or whatever anybody says. AJ Hap says he's in Pangasinan right now, which is an hour and a half away from here. If I eat American food, I'll cook it at home. He doesn't even go out to get,
I cook
you know.
most of the time.
So, and actually, the reason I brought that up is somebody says, yes, Darren D says soy burgers. That explains it all. Because when you first arrive here, if
most of them
a
are.
lot of the burger joints that you'll go to, unless it's something like for example, Wendy's, McDonald's, even McDonald's has that funny taste.
Oh, it's
You
the
you take a bite out of it, you're like there's something off
well,
about
they
it.
do have the McDo burgers. You do realize they have two different ones, and people don't realize that the McDo burgers versus just where it says cheeseburger or hamburger. It is two different types of meat. So, but even their regular meat tastes funny. But
Right.
it's them cheap patties like they had in the US, like at Walmart or something, where you'd get like 20 in a box. It's part soy and
Yeah, it's
part,
part soy, and that's
which
what
they're
you.
not
Yeah, when you bite into it, you're like,
bad, but
there's
it's
something off about the
but
meat.
most of
That's
them
what it
are
is.
here.
It's soy. They
Oh,
mix soy in
okay.
it. Yeah.
That's somewhere I haven't been. George might have been
Oh,
in the past.
margaritas.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
chosen one eats at
they went to the
margaritas.
other location, and I know it's a big, open place and everything. So, so we'll just go through the comments. Anybody wants to join the live stream? in regards to my story, Aces, any comments about, all the things that we discussed today in the wrap up of, Spill the Tea Saturday,
Yeah.
the things going on down at Walking Street, and next week is a new week.
Yeah, growing up, mom usually make burger patties herself from real. Yes, yes. Actually, there's a few places that me and Heidi's been to that's exactly what they said. They taste like homemade burger patties. But
Army Navy does a good
yeah,
one. Another place is Kenny Rogers does a real good hamburger. There's a few places that do legit hamburgers,
your
and that's just
your big clue is if the burger is less than $1, odds are it's a soy
yeah. Like we
burger
got those.
of a sort.
How much was the gigantic one that put the 4 patties on there that Wella used to make us? Weren't them like
Oh well, that's
80,
different.
90, 100 pesos? I forgot how much the big burger was, but yeah,
Yeah, it's like about $2, but even that's not.
we used to divide it in
I mean,
4 back in the day.
the burger is literally the size of a plate. No, we're not joking. It's huge. But the fact that it's that big and costs $2, sus. It's not sus. We know for a fact what the patties are made of, but they're still good. They're still good. Don't get me wrong. They're still good, but they're not real meat, if that makes any sense. Um, Double A says, "Did you do a conjugal visit? So could you cross it off the bucket list?"
Uh, yeah, there's no conjugal visits. That not all places. I don't know about other states, but Florida's not one of them. Not in any manner. Unless they change that in 20 years. I'll be honest, back in the day, as I'm to understand now in the Florida state prisons and jails, they're allowed to have cell phones now and tablets.
Oh
What
yeah,
a
I
wuss
know,
that
right?
what the
I know,
hell?
right?
I mean, we had like a deck of cards, man. That's it. And a shitload of coffee. That's it. And actually it was chicory coffee, guys. So it's
Chicory, what's that? I know what it
yeah,
is.
it's
I'm
like
just
smoked wood.
yeah, because a
They
lot
make
of you
coffee. It's not
probably don't
even
know what
real
that is.
coffee. And
Yeah.
it's just where it's at. But as I'm to understand, they give them tablets now. So they get tablets and phones. There was none of that. So it's just where it is.
Yeah.
So no conjugal visits. That's made up.
Black Grandpa says, "I'm here for unbiased raw facts about expats behaving badly." There you go.
Yep, included putting
True
mine
story.
out.
True story.
We knew the day was coming, just didn't think we had to. The
Yeah.
same with the reason I mentioned my own attacks by the men is because I understand both sides as a woman. So I know where things act it just makes me more understanding until it is actually seen. And it even come to a point, like I said, where a few people are mentioning, what if the act, was going on, you're one of those that wouldn't do nothing. And actually I'm the opposite. That's when I will get involved. Okay. I'm not going to go hunting people down on the internet, or it's just kind of hard to. There are groups that are already doing that are professional, that are already here. And then it was mentioned that I mentioned something about um, that I put the blame off on other channels. So why bother going after one person when there's hundreds others doing it? And that was my excuse for doing nothing at all. And you guys don't know what we've done about it. So we have. That's all we can say about it. So
Michael John says, "The moral story is you don't act like me." It's funny. Hey, you got exposed idiots in the house. Hey, you got exposed idiot. Um, for several reasons, I will not answer your question, although it's actually an easy question to answer.
there's a few ways.
Yeah, there's a few ways, and there's the easy way and there's the hard way. But
Hmm.
for obvious reasons, this is a live, and I'm not gonna tell you how
Right.
to,
How to,
do
how
something like that.
to
You know what I'm
super
saying?
docs, but we got you on that.
No, no, no.
So
Yeah, okay. Now, actually, this is true. Digital global
which
investor.
I have to confront. I must confront him if that is him actually in the room or whoever he says he works with. He currently does the same as some of these other channels do where they claim they expose people. That's all you had. And I seen you and the Kiki guy or whatever discussing that you could just feel it in your bones there was something bad. Well, there you have it.
Okay, now
I
remember,
just want to mention that with him coming in the room, he's welcome in the room, but that kind of puts whatever you were after to sleep. So
right.
nothing else.
Now, to be fair, there's more than one Kiki, guys. Okay.
No. Yeah.
So,
Well, yeah. Not that
yeah,
Kiki
there's
and
more than one Kiki. There's
and it
more
may
than
not
two
even be the
Kikis.
Kiki that
There's
we
more than
know.
3 Kikis.
And there's a lot of sock puppet accounts,
Okay.
like the Tim K one that came in.
Now,
He used his emblem
is it
to
the gentleman
actually
that
come
gave
in.
us our good luck coin as we were? No. But there's several Kikis out
Well,
there.
and remember, people fake accounts. They're called sock puppet. There's
Well,
just
no,
not troll
I know.
accounts or sock puppet that'll make 12 accounts that are usually surprisingly are owned by other vloggers where they go around in each other's room and leave comments versus just their own. And like we always said, we're just going to go in and make a comment under our name. That is for sure. But yeah, no, we get that. And I think he would know that if he had a team. The fact he would ask, how do you get a user's IP address? According to him, he has a whole team and he doxes people all the time and knows how to follow things. He would know.
Right.
I think he's just trying to get you to respond to it.
Now, Digital Global Investor says, I like to think that there's at least one skeleton in the closet everyone takes to their
There
grave.
probably is. That's what we were saying.
Well, that's what I
Somebody
was sitting
said,
here thinking.
somebody
I was
said
like,
I
what?
grouped everybody together the other day, that everybody's committed a crime. It could be something little. It could be something little, like it could be something part, like even if you didn't get caught for it, like you were in a parking spot too long and didn't pay for the meter or double parking. There's been something that people have done. And if you haven't, then don't group yourself in that group in general. So, and by the way, you got exposed, idiot. Not that I have any fear of your channel. You weren't part of the ones that we were discussing, by the way. So I would say don't think of yourself in that group whatsoever. It's been the same people for about 3 years since I've been in this country that have been stalking to us. And we do have a way of tracking them. So
Bear in the Philippines
I was in
says
IT for years.
YouTube keyboard turns grown men into junior high mean girls.
Well,
Junior high mean girls.
I often wonder, people are saying that that's what our channel's about, that that's where all of our money comes from, which it's not. But I do find channels like You Got Exposed and a couple of these other channels that just do it on specific people and only that, what the actual point of them are. Or the ones that don't show themselves. You Got Exposed shows himself at least. The other ones will just like they all blank their faces out, and there's several of them that just blank their faces out, and I don't get it. And
Well, at least you just got exposed. Idiot shows his face.
that I got to give him that.
You know what I'm saying?
I must give him that.
At least he shows himself.
Give that to him.
He has at least that much respect versus, But anyway, David says everyone is a badass using a keyboard. Right? I know. Digital Global Investor says, Trolls, you officially made it. JJ Bull says, my
We've
mentor
had 'em.
once told me that when people start complaining about you, that means you're succeeding. You're just threatened by your success.
I'm not going to say that, but I will, as I said, I'm not even, I mean, I will. I'll actually use the female card here. Nobody likes it. Since the beginning, I said the guys are using their women and exposing them, or they use all sex and dating and all this in between stuff, and they use all these different things to get ahead in their YouTube channel when they really, I don't feel they're just doing it for the money. So I don't know why they would expose their women like that on these vlogging channels. And we've been putting stuff out like that, and George is always like, "Oh, okay, Heidi, keep it down, keep it." And I'm like, "Well, there's some things that need to be said." And again, we cover what news is going on. We've been covering expat help. We have a whole playlist of expat help. So really, it's kind of all played out. And if it was up to me, this is what we would do all the time. And actually, that's what we're doing. So because I feel all the vloggers are played out and all like the ones like Philly said, they've been copying his stuff ever since. Like they'll go to this restaurant. And I was like, oh my God, another person at this restaurant, another person. And I'm sure he thinks the same thing. And it's like, it's getting played out for the people. And then they're like, well, Heidi and George, why don't you go on these vacations and show them off and everything? And it's like, why should we? I mean, we've done all of our traveling. We've been around the world. We've done all these things. I just don't get why we would actually
We'll do the
keep
occasional
do
one, but
yeah, when we're actually ready. And it's, just where
yeah,
it is. I can't see just doing the repeat of
and
everything.
again, I know a lot of retired people and well off, well-to-do people, but the point is, I mean, retired people in general, the moment they retire, they have that little sprint, as I would call it, 2 to 3 months where they would go on vacations, do this, do that, and after that, it it becomes sedentary. That's when you just sit at home and just play their Candy Crush. No, really, that's a thing that's most retired people I know play Candy Crush,
And that's
and
usually what people
and that's
do.
what people do. And some of you are like, oh, I'll never do that. Well,
You'd be surprised
you'll be
because
surprised.
a lot of the vloggers, there's a lot of good vloggers out there, and you'll hear them say, I didn't want my retirement to look like this. So they moved to the Philippines, which is one thing we were going to do anyways. It was a pandemic that brought us here. And it is cheaper here. So our income, people keep like disputing George's business or disputing the life we had before we came here, and that we just left because there was something bad going on. And we did it because of the pandemic when we went to Mexico until the country reopened. And then I'm surprised they didn't bring Mexico into all of this. And then we came here because it is cheap. And we don't even need that excuse because his family is here. He wanted to be around family. And it's, you know, people in their retirement in the US, like 95% of them just sit there, like my grandparents did. They go out on the occasion, they see family on the occasion, family gatherings, but basically it's back in the day it would have been like watching Jeopardy or, wrestling or doing something, but it was just like my grandparents, they had formal meals, read newspapers, went to the library, regular life. And that's what most of you are looking at. But sadly, a lot of people that are retiring in the United States end up in nursing homes with the abuse going on and the low paid medical staff. And it's a very dreary life. At least the guys can come here. And that's what most of them are guys here. They come here and it's like they meet people, they have kids, new lease on life with women. And there's a lot of good that comes out of the Philippines. I get so tired of hearing the negative that everybody's running to the Philippines and it's because they've done something wrong or they're so broke in the West. And it's just the West isn't exactly they're holding on by a thread over there right now. And after this election, I'm going to throw this in. It's probably going to get even uglier over there. That's crazy, man.
Right. Now, Neil says, I disagree that we all have skeletons in our closet. We all have pasts. I was surprised by Heidi's post, but I must say that Philippine Antics have some of the best advice. Now, the thing is, when we say everybody's done something, we're not saying
Mm,
everybody's done something that's a felony, or we're not saying that. Everybody's done something. It could
mhm.
be, hurting your girlfriend when you
I
shouldn't
think
have,
something
that
is
kind of deal.
it
Everybody's
doesn't
done
have to be
something.
a heavy skeleton.
Correct. It doesn't have to be a skeleton, but everybody's done something, regardless of how innocent you may be or
Took a
anything.
dollar out of their mother's purse or took a lot of kids used to take money out of their mom's
Right.
purse
Because remember,
situation, but they didn't think it was anything
the
wrong
morality scale varies per
from people,
person,
right?
yeah, but and per
And it's not
culture.
an
But
excuse because a few people are like, "Oh, she's making excuses for what she did." And I'm like, "I paid for that." I told George yesterday that I went through this on the verge of crying. And yes, I'm going to admit that I've cried on air before. I shouldn't have had to relive anything to prove anything about regular guy, which I will because I believe a lot of it's crap. And until it's really proven, that's where we stand. That's why I told you guys about that, what happened to me. And then I shouldn't have had to go through this because people are threatening to expose me so they can have me thrown out because I talk about other vloggers. And then I'm like, I'm still going to do that. And George goes, yes, I understand. He goes, but you shouldn't have had to do that. And we went through this whole conversation. I said, George said no yesterday before we did this. You did. You said you didn't want me to have to go through this, nor did I owe anybody an explanation. I said, no, we're going to cut this off and that people should know where I'm actually at on this. And the fact that I spent a long period of time and that I was on all that probation, had to keep going back to court to get it dropped. and that I lived with that forever. And it took 5 years to sit around and think about that and what I went through and become, in my opinion, a better person. And I grew from that. That's all that needed to be done. But all these naysayers, they were like, oh my God, she's a criminal. And we knew it. And I knew she was no good. And this, and that. It's like, it was 19 years ago. That's why you guys are getting mad, not you all, in particular, the ones that said bad things. Yeah, it was 19 years ago. That's not me discounting and me telling what happened that didn't happen in the newspapers and saying this or I was upset that day and all that was excuses. No, that's me telling you the story. And I dare one guy to come forward because all the ones that we've talked about, like again, World Zoom, and I use him as the biggest example, is because I knew facts on the backside. And it's like, he never once came forward. Only in the newspaper, there was one article that said that he was really extremely upset. So what do? He stole a passport, headed off to Thailand, impregnated a woman, stashed money, buying properties, and all these things that he did, but never came clean on it. He just added to a story and added to a story and added to a story. Stolen valor stuff, and it just went on. I mean, it was really a trip what he actually added in there, that he was a surgeon in the past and all this made up life in Thailand. We haven't
Yeah.
done that, not
And his
once.
girlfriend was the first female officer in Dubai and that kind of stuff.
He just never stopped, guys.
Yeah, it's just
So,
one story after another. But
so that's kind of where it is.
right, and when I
But
say
I still feel that's why I added this. Sorry, that's why I added the skeleton thing because I do believe that.
right, and when I say again, like everybody's done something, it could be something insignificant. They'll come back at you because I believe in cosmic karma, and what I
Thank
mean
you.
by that, for example, you guys ever been to, for example, just an example. This is an example. I've never worked at Starbucks before. Let's say I went to Starbucks. Let's say I went to Starbucks,
He did.
and then
I'm joking.
no, I did not ever. I worked in I was a real barista, real barista. There's a difference between Starbucks barista and a real barista. I roasted my own coffee beans by hand. Well, not by hand, but grabbed the beans by my hand, and different life, different story. But anyway, point being, let's say just an example of what I mean. Everybody's done something. If let's say I went to Starbucks and I bought my cafe latte, and then let's say um I ordered my cafe latte and somebody says, and then they put out the drink, right? And I'm just standing there just waiting and waiting and waiting, and there's coffee in front of me. And the coffee cup, it's turned towards the cashier's direction where the name's supposed to be. It's facing the cashier, not me. So I'm just staring at this cup. And I say, "Excuse me, sir. Is that coffee for me? Is your name George?" Yeah. Says it right there. Can't you read? But and then you meekly take your cup and you turn it around like, oh yeah, it does. But what I'm saying is by cosmic karma, has there been those moments when stuff like that happens to me, I think about it. Have I done this to somebody else?
Oh, I believe in that.
Have I
You can
had
trust and believe I
lost
believe
my
in
cool
karma.
on a similar instance that I worked in Starbucks and I said, "What? You can't read? It clearly says your name." And I'm like, "Oh, damn, I did do that." That's what I mean. It's not. It doesn't have to be a heavy skeleton, as Heidi says. Everybody's done something.
From I mean, there's a lot of things, like where they do the honor system thing. I'm not saying you guys have honor system thing, like leaving a whole thing
Oh
of chocolate
crap!
bars out at
Honor
Christmas
system. Oh
time,
my
or,
god.
I've seen people dump out all of the change and take it. Hey, what's going on,
Hey
Alex? Good
Alex.
morning.
Oh my
I
god,
Oh,
like
hey,
Alex.
what's up? Good to see you guys.
I like that tree. We're just speaking
Oh,
about
thank you.
karma.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I just wanted to hop in and chime in on what you guys were talking about. And I hate it that you guys are getting a hard time because I feel like a lot of the topics that you talk about, nobody else is talking about, or they're not really being thorough about it, right? So they
Mhm.
immediately go in and like, this guy's the bad guy, that's the victim, and that's the end of the story. And I think you
Right.
guys really do a good job of trying to explain the whole situation and trying to consider all the angles. Uh, I think people need to be more realistic, because I put out some videos sometimes and people will come in, and their first reaction, one of the first reactions that people have that's kind of critical is, oh, moving over there is not going to fix your problems, this and that. And it's like, there are a lot of problems that are actually fixed by moving. I mean, for me, where I'm from, there's not as much in the U.S. There's not as much job opportunity, so I moved to a more populous place. I know Heidi. She mentioned she's from Ohio, and that she actually worked in Florida for a while. This is
Right.
super common. So even within the United States, now was she a loser back in Ohio, but now she's a success because she's in Florida? No, the opportunities were simply not comparable. I
Mhm.
found that in my own career, where I moved to an area that's much more popular in tech, and it was just so much easier for me to get a good job,
Mhm.
potentially get lateral moves, move to different companies. And
Right.
so when you look at the US, that's another thing. They'll say, oh, well, the US is this and that. And oh, you're over there. And it's like, the US ain't in such great shape. And not everybody is
No,
doing
it's
great
not.
in the US either. I mean, you look at, you take a look at the crime, and people will say, well, don't live in the big city in America. It's like, well, that's where my job is. Am I going to just quit my
Right.
job because, so they don't understand that people have a lot of obstacles in their way.
Or
And
Alex,
yeah,
there's a lot of judgment. Like you'll keep. I want to interrupt because you said a whole bunch in there that you keep
yeah,
hearing that people are losers. Like every vlogger that comes here is a loser. That's because we're out in the open where you can see us. Me as a female, you can guarantee they're picking because of that. So then I wasn't supposed to say nothing, and they were closely watching me, and the trolls have been closely watching, and the other ones have just been waiting on this. But they're always saying on channels or in media how every American or British or Australian or any of these guys coming over here were losers. They were failures in the West. They couldn't find women. They come pick on the young and vulnerable. They shouldn't do this and they shouldn't do that. And it just gets kind of old to some extent where you keep hearing that over and over again that somebody's got to. And then all of a sudden it's, we knew Heidi was a loser. Well, something that happened to me 19 years ago that I've explained. I said I didn't care if the newspaper is absolutely right. It doesn't matter anymore that it was 19 years ago and that nobody was there with me during those 5 years when I was totally alone. Nobody did my time of the probation, the house arrest, paying back the fines, the fees they added on, and all of that. Like I said, does everybody want every accounting of me because I'm on YouTube? Was everybody there and would they like to report how I took care of my dad for 10 years straight, didn't date, didn't do nothing because I was focused on my family, or how I raised children and how nobody wants to talk about all the good stuff. They want to focus on the negative, which I get it. They're saying that, or they want to focus on that. We're only saying negative on this channel, and that would have to be their full opinion. I mean, it's it's just where it is, but I'm sure you get tired of and on the side note where you talked about jobs, it is better for people to come here and have cheaper living, safer living, and do these online jobs now because most of it can be done at home. And since the pandemic had happened, people really, really learned how to make their money, do investments. And why should the guy spend like what we were? I think we were going through 6 grand a month worth of bills, gas, eating out,
oh
groceries,
yeah, yeah,
animals.
yeah. I mean,
And now we spend a fraction of that, like 2 grand a month. And it's like,
well,
why
for me
should
too,
we?
it's the
Yeah.
emergency expenses. Like when I was living in the San Francisco area, right before I moved away, or right before I came to over here to Thailand, somebody did a smash and grab on my car, two hundred
Ah,
dollars right there just to fix the window. And so
Yeah,
I,
that's
I
right.
feel like it's not even just among the costs that you can control and manage. It's always the unexpected expenses. Oh man, now
oh,
I need to get a
yeah.
new set of tires. Now I
Or
need a
the
oil change.
insurance that went up. There was the
Yeah.
insurance. There you go. Yeah, so it was like the insurance and everything was just getting super, super expensive. Um, our children back in Florida now are talking about how it's several $100 versus just where it was 150 for their
Oh, that is
insurance
sad.
every month.
Right there. That's sad.
Yeah, I don't mind if it was really him. He can come in. So it just actually it's like having cars fix the tires. any of that would set us back $500, $600, $700. And it was like, it's not like that here. Like we just had a car battery. How much was the car battery? Because they drain really quick because of the heat. I forgot what you said that was.
Well,
$30
here
or
they last an
something.
average of 1 year
But it was
versus 2
$30 for our
years in the
car that we
US.
have out there. So when
Yeah.
you get repairs done, there's so many options of mechanics, and so yeah, it was really cheap.
And you also have more population density. I mean, I talk about this as well, but in the US, you're typically in a car reliant area. Most people cannot
Yes.
afford to live in downtown Manhattan. Most people cannot afford to live in South Beach, Miami. And so, if you're not one of those people that can afford to live in those places, which is a small portion of Americans, you've got to have a car. And you can't, if something happens to your car, you can't just walk and get groceries. You can't just, oh, I'm going to just walk to work 10 miles each way. I'm not going to,
Mhm.
these aren't realistic solutions for most
Right,
people.
and riding the bus wasn't much of an option in
No,
Ohio or in New York for me, or like in Florida. It just wasn't. So had to have a car for sure. So, hey, what's
Yeah,
going
there-
on? Kuya John?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Bruce.
Hey, John.
Just hanging out. It's wrapping up the week on Saturday. What's new? How's things going with you?
I'm Perez Hilton today. I appreciate you coming clean about your past.
Well, didn't have to, but now that people are talking about exposing me and not telling it all, yeah, it was kind of out there. So we were going to do it eventually, but the word has been coming out for a few months. So
I have a couple questions. I don't want you to get offended though.
okay, so that was you in our room yesterday.
Which one? What do you mean?
Yesterday we did a live stream when I came clean, and you said it was under Kuya John, so that was you in there yesterday.
Did I say something that was wrong?
Not saying that you did, but just wondering if that was you yesterday. So we were responding back to who we thought was you. So, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I just joined here. I wasn't following. Can you catch me up?
On which part? You mean today's live stream?
Oh, I'm just saying, like you had an issue, comment or a question about what I said yesterday.
No, actually,
No,
we didn't. Somebody, okay, understand there's a lot of sock puppet accounts and people faking people. There has been other ones that have come in using your name that probably wasn't you, but yesterday, no, we don't have a problem. You were wanting to, there was somebody using your name or you that said you wanted to join the live. So I was just asking, was that you in there yesterday wanting to join the live? There's no catching up. I'm just.
Yeah, it was me. That was me.
Okay.
And I just wanted to say a couple things without offending you guys, because I was drawn to your channel because of the word antics, but I think that it should really be Philippine drama. The antics, don't take offense to this. Antics to me should not be blocked or banned. If you want to be about antics, we should be letting it all flow, letting it all go. If it was
We don't have to let everybody in the room, Kuya John. So that's not, and it's not drama, because I disagree. Because once again, we've been doing this for a few years and we cover everything, just not drama. So I disagree, but that's.
So, for example, if I wanted to make fun of Bruce right now, I would be banned because I'm making fun of somebody. But to me, it's just antics.
No, we leave people in there for a while. There's a limit to people going in. We're not going to be some of the other channels where, and no, this is not AOL chat. So I'm sorry, I disagree that you just can't come in.
And
Well, no.
And there's a limit to what we leave in
I
there.
understand where.
Kuya John.
No. He's just making an example. He's just making an example. Okay, I understand what Kuya John's saying. He's talking about semantics, and what I'm saying, what I mean by that is, he's using the definition of antics, and therefore it should be this. But on the same account, in the name of semantics, be aware that if we, again, Bruce, it was just an example. Let's say we allow Kuya John to pick on, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's an example, and I'm going to use it as an example because that's what Kuya John said as an example. Let's say we did let Kuya John make fun of Bruce, okay? Then you can, let's say we did change, okay, and we said, okay, we'll allow Kuya John to make fun of Bruce. Now somebody's going to come behind you, Kuya John, and said, this shouldn't be called Philippine antics. This should be called Philippine abuse. You know what I'm saying? You can't make everybody happy. I understand that. I know what your definition of the word is. I know where you're coming at, but be aware that there's always going to be somebody that says, "No, it shouldn't be this. It
No,
shouldn't be
and
that."
it's your channel. It's your channel. You can do whatever you want. I just wanted to voice my opinion, much like I did with Mike, trying to teach him a lesson about the things he was doing wrong, in my opinion.
Right,
Right,
and you are free to do that. Right. That's what I'm saying.
And
Yeah.
we
I
and we
originally-
do, but there, like I said, there's a limit because, like I said, this isn't just a total open chat room. I mean, I get like there are some channels that totally control the narrative, 100%. We're not trying to do that. We've been one of the more open channels, but somebody can't come in and ask about Filipinas and butt play, or
Yeah.
sit and talk about Bruce's teeth for no reason. Or I'm sorry, we have our limits. Because believe me, we let a lot of comments go. A lot of them are held by YouTube themselves, not us. So I have to go through them manually. And it's like, you realize how much stuff has been said, like when our guests have been on about the guest or they come in. Like George said, if we leave them all in, we may not have got any guests at all. And then we had to determine if we were ever going to have guests on. Then you just heard our Philippine journeys talk about you and some pop up between Mike. And we said, he's like, F that. Nobody has the right to talk about somebody's kids. And we stand on you about that. And you've heard us say that, Kuya John. We said that's bullcrap. Nobody. We don't like things that most of these channels do, but we still let them on to some extent. The other ones are banned for good reasons, and they know why. They know why. They're making up other excuses, but there have been more than those reasons. But you can't sit there and talk about your kids, and they can't go on there and talk about regular guy. I don't give a crap what regular guy did. Kind of like me, I understand to some point of being roasted without true facts. Okay, so I'll go with that whenever, but leave his damn family out of it. Leave your family out of it, man. Bull crap.
Well, and my dog too. You know, now I have to go to sleep every night with the words in my head. My dog's gonna die one day. My dog's gonna die one day.
I hear you, man. That's bull crap.
Did they really do that?
Yeah, tell us exactly
Mike was
on the dog.
laughing.
He said something about your dog, right?
Yeah, he's laughing, basically laughing, saying, when Kuya John's dog dies, I feel really bad for John because he's going to end up losing it mentally and blah, blah, blah. Like, trust me, the day the dog dies will be a huge weight off of my shoulders. Never again will I get a dog. This is a 14-year commitment that I never want to make again. So
No,
everybody's
it's
opinion.
Your dog's 14, John?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my neighbor's dog just died. She died a few days ago. And obviously she's a lot older. She was a lot older. You could tell in the face, but yeah, I was, it's sad, man, because
no, I'm
anyways, back to the subject here. Mike wants to talk crap, and that's Antics. That's cool, but he doesn't block. But when I make fun of Bruce's anything, I get blocked. That's my one thing I wanted to say. Two is I really enjoy this channel over other ones because it like brings me and my girl together. And I'd just like to ask you guys to move from topic to topic more frequently. In my opinion, it would help out because it's just like I want to continue to watch the channel, but it's like the same thing. Just overall.
Okay, such as, I mean, as an example, right? But you said on the same topic, such as
5 days on regular guy. When we only
okay, the reason we stay on regular guy is if the rest of them in the circle of our YouTube shows, there's 10 or 15 channels, okay, that are surrounding us that everybody keeps watching. And if the other channels still are talking about the topic and it's popular, or we get additional information, that's why we continue it. Yes.
It's more of if we get additional information.
Actually. If you notice, we always say, hey, this is an update. This is what we got.
And I'm glad that
this is a wrap up of Saturday because it's been in topics all week. So yes,
I'm glad my girl just came here because we actually got into a little argument this morning because of what I saw yesterday in Butuan City. What I saw was a guy 70 years old, huge, fat, dirty clothes, American, white as a ghost, with a 2.5 to 3 year old Filipino child walking the streets. Looked very, very strange. And I said, that's the type of people should be talking about because that's everywhere. And she immediately defended the guy. And I said, see, you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem because you didn't see this news release of your own government saying, yes, there's a problem. This is the problem. And it's because the parents, and it's behind closed doors that the problem is
And
even
we were
existing.
talking about that today. Yeah, we
So-
were talking that we don't feel that they intended that towards vloggers that are just recording girls, which is not helping, okay, if that's going on. But the government was more talking about the expats, the foreigners, and the Filipinos that are basically, I hate to say it, pimping out the kids. So families have been known to put them up in streams for money and do all these different things. And it is a sad fact.
Yeah, what I saw yesterday was very, very wrong and would not be accepted anywhere. And she said stuff like, oh, well, maybe that's his son or daughter. And I said, look at the tan and look at this guy. Even my daughter looks a little bit American. That was a pure blood Filipino. And she said, what makes you so sure? And I said, look at his clothes. Look at the way that he dressed. If he can't take care of himself, how can he take care of somebody else? Then
Which
she made
which would be more of a concern. That's where I'm saying is a very, very high concern for sure. That is definitely a problem.
All these channels, they're on the right path. But until you actually go to places and see it yourself, where it's a 70-year-old guy and like a 13-year-old walking and holding hands, it doesn't really hit home. And yesterday when I saw that was, it really disgusted me. And for us to all be spending our energy on channels that do small things when it's all right in front of our face, and the Filipinos are defending it, and I'm not trying to put you down, babe. I'm just trying to say that there's a problem, and the government is noticing the problem. It's always existed.
And that's what we've been saying, and that's where I've been attacked more recently. So is I've been called a pedo lover because I say I don't see what's wrong with regular guy. Yes, I found some of the stuff to be creepy, but I don't have to jump in bed with that he's 100% guilty, nor will I go down and report when there are more serious things going on in the Philippines. And that meeting only proved our point that there's a lot of things going on like that.
And well, in all fairness, Kuya John, as far as your female partner is concerned, okay. You said she's Filipino, and the reason why I said this is one thing you guys have to deal with when you arrive here in the Philippines. Regardless of if they're born and raised here Filipinos, they have a propensity to, what it seems like, to defend everybody. Just saying. It's just in our culture, it's in our nature. If they're born and raised here, that's their default system.
She was snapping at me. She was yelling at me, snapping immediately.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's a different story.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of people think that, our life's a lot different here, but me and George have a lot of heated topic conversations about things that I see that don't appear right, or the way that I feel that it should actually go. And that also will bring in the cultural difference, because a lot of times, and this will be my personal opinion with George sitting here, I think Filipinos are very easygoing with things, and they see it on them. Like you have an open mind. It takes a lot to push George, for real, until it actually comes down to a heated moment or a debate or an argument or something. George stands up for what he actually believes, and he does that constantly. But I can see probably why, she would actually see it that way.
He said again that, she got real upset over it. Which, again, I don't know anything more than that, because I honestly don't know her.
Hey, John, I know one thing that I've learned myself is I have said, like, even in the past with girls I dated that were Filipino, joking, just making like a joke of something. Either they didn't understand, and I pissed her, I pissed her off. I got her upset. I got yelled at, screamed at. It's hard to when they have, born and raised there, it's hard that they don't understand certain things. And then when you explain it to them, they don't like it. At least I know that what I did jokingly or saying something that I thought was just joking and funny, they didn't take it well, and a lot of people have got mad. Just they don't like. So I mean, you're gonna have your ups and downs, with your girlfriend. So glad to see that you're back with her, man.
Well, I never left. It was just antics. We never left. It was just antics.
Oh,
I would take whatever I say with a grain of. I would take whatever I say with a grain of salt. This is
Sure.
This is definitely just all for fun and games. I am a troll. I've actually, with my business, I've been
He says I'm a
ostracized.
troll.
I've been ostracized very badly. I've been spread lies, accused of things that I didn't do, put screenshots and made Photoshop and all that stuff. So
Believe me, I understand for years now.
I know how it affects people, but there's a difference between antics and drama, and that's why I wanted to just chime in today. Antics should be open and free, and like all my accounts are banned right now because I'm talking crap about people. Like, why do that? So just because I want to talk bad about somebody's teeth means I'm banned?
There will be a limit. Yes. So you're saying all those other accounts are yours recently that are coming in and saying things? Then yes. I'm sorry. It will be because it is our account.
Well,
Well, people
Sorry.
are
I mean,
okay.
I'll be honest. There's
let's
a
say,
limit.
Let's say forget
Because yeah, go ahead.
the semantic theory again. For let's forget the wording antics. Let's say what I'm saying is, let's say we call it Philippine drama. Okay, it's detrimental to any channel, whether it's an antic channel or a drama channel, to have anybody attack everybody in the room.
That's true. And that's not why we're bringing people in.
Well,
and
and I
we
also
do watch.
think if the content is good enough, like to succeed on its own, I mean, why subvert another channel's audience? Like, do those ideas have merit to stand on their own? Like, or do you have to go and like go in somebody else's yard and kind of push that ideology? I'm not specifying you, but just in general, I've noticed like everybody has a right to freedom of speech. They don't have a right to freedom from consequences. So like, if nobody's enjoying or engaging it, if it's hurtful, if a lot of people end up mad and don't want to watch the like Philippines antics anymore, I mean, recognize they're not doing it like for the money side of things, but like still they want to reach their audience.
Not for a few hundred a month.
No, yeah, exactly. So like, it's got to be enjoyable. I mean, that's why I block trolls on my channels. Like, I'm doing this for fun. It's not. This isn't a business where I've got to entertain every customer.
There is a limit because, like George is the one watching it for the most part. Like, if them are a bunch of your accounts and we see them come in and say a few things and then say a few things, we get it. And sometimes we let that roll. But there's a point and let's say it's not yours, where they come in and say a bunch of things in a row and we leave that and then you keep digging at that. I'm sorry, I don't know if those are yours, John. I don't see why I should leave that in there to keep digging at the same thing. What do you think the reaction is, and why do you do that? Like, specifically at us, because I'm sure some of them were yours.
Yeah, because it says the word antics.
No. That's very nice.
The Philippine antics.
Right.
So he's after antics.
So I'm just adding antics. So if you admit that you're a felon, I'm going to comment saying, "Oh, you're a felon." So why get blocked?
Antics doesn't necessarily mean going at it like that either. That's just our name. Antics doesn't mean that.
Yeah, and if we're on the same subject for 5 days, then you might as well add something.
No, we're not on the same subject. Never has been. No, he's saying it's the same subject for days on end.
No,
okay, it's not actually what it is. Then you're not watching the entire thing, because we actually go through something new added or something additional. And we are in contact with regular guy.
Have you ever thought about, I've been thinking a lot about what you guys could do with the word antics and stuff. Have you ever thought about playing any games? Have you ever thought about that?
Nope. Well, you're talking about like a talk show or something? They're bringing in where we do, is that what you mean? Like do like
anything, just the whole wide variety of different games that we could all play. You know, that's
probably not right now, because I mean, our channel has been based around a few things, and basically right now it has been about saying what's going on with expats lives, going on about everything about the Philippines. And then we did, like I said, for the first year and a half, we actually covered help, and it's still in there, and we still do video chats with people. So there's no reason. We're the ones that have experimented with our channel. It's up to us how we're actually going to do the channel, and that's where we've been. It just happens to be there's a bunch of expats acting a fool here lately, and we're like, why shouldn't we cover it? And we do have a YouTube manager, and it was hilarious that month that she went through our stuff, and they tell you cover what the other ones are covering. Cover this, do that. And we're not following her like a puppy, but I'm going to cover, and George is going to cover what's actually going on. It doesn't mean we're going to change our format. Have we thought about these things? Sure. We thought about doing things to turn it actually into more of a, and we did that actually. If you just started like in our live streams more than a year and a half ago, we used to do more jokes and skits, and we still throw that all in there. We really do. So I mean, we get what you're saying on that.
See that ugly face of Kuya Johns.
What?
So let me see that ugly face of Kuya Johns, since he's, you know, wants to cry about every little stupid little thing.
I'm only here to see my own face. You want to see it too?
John,
Bruce, hold on 1 second, because you said stuff about talking about girls. You said you were talking to girls, Bruce.
What you say about me,
Bruce, you said you were talking about girls, right? You said you were talking about girls, like you dated girls in the past, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, of course.
Okay. If I was a girl, I wouldn't want to kiss you because your teeth are all fucked up. Okay.
Yeah.
So all the time that you're spending here, yeah, keep drinking the soda. Keep drinking the soda, buddy.
That goes and
Listen.
fucks girls and knocks them up and then leaves.
That's the best you got?
Well, I mean, if you want to cry about what everybody else is saying, right? Everything.
No, I'm not crying. I'm just like with Mike. I'm just giving suggestions. I'm not crying.
My teeth can get fixed.
Why aren't they?
Because I don't want to right now.
Maybe if you picked up a shovel and you worked more. That's why I'm saying stuff about the shovel. You gotta take a shovel and you work every day. Get a shovel and you work every day and you make money. Let's hear from your sidekick. I see Mike in the bottom corner with the makeup on his.
And I'm about ready to step on you right now, because this is what we're talking about. Hey, Bruce, hold up. That's Bruce.
One punk motherfucker. You get that? I'm leaving.
Bruce,
I thought you were a nice guy. I thought Bruce was a nice guy. I thought you were a nice guy.
Bruce, that's.
Look at Bruce, everybody. Bruce shows us how awesome and great he is, and how patient he is. Wow, with swearing and everything. Mike, is that an ad hominem?
I'm going to say this now. This is exactly why we don't bring your type on, because we're not trying to make this show about you. If you want to come on and contribute to the topics that are going on, stuff about the Philippines, if you want to say a few things and we're having that, you want us to accept that you're going to come in and do all of this. To me, that is not acceptable. This is still our channel. I'm sorry. That's what I'm talking about. We'll have whatever guests we want, whatever you're saying about them. If we want to ban those other people, that's what we're going to do. But right now, I see what you're doing. You want us to accept that you can come on and say whatever you want to the guests, or that you could come in on different accounts that you're admitting.
Don't block me.
We're not trying to contribute to that.
Yeah, don't ban me. Don't block me.
If your other accounts are doing that, and we haven't so far, have we not let you back on? But we ask for your respect.
That all happened so fast. I'm not really even sure what happened. I'm just defending myself. This guy's talking about my baby yet again.
Hello, Mike. Okay,
Mike's
hence why
Mike's
he's
so great.
muted.
Mike, why don't you tell us what happened? You just saw the whole thing, Mike. Why don't you tell us what just happened?
What's going on, Mike?
Well, you know, I guess, you know, somebody had a mental blackout if he doesn't remember what happened or how things started. So, but
yeah, I kind of missed all that, you know.
So, you know, it's okay that that eggplant here, unfortunately, had a
Is that
mental
an ad
blackout
hominem?
that he doesn't remember
Is the
anything.
eggplant?
But
What do you mean by that?
you know, it's perfectly fine. But you know, it is what it is.
Isn't
So, what do
that
you guys
the
want
same-
to talk
isn't that
about,
the same
Heidi?
thing as me talking about somebody's teeth? If he's saying eggplant, it's the same type of antics.
No,
here
you know,
we
the thing
go.
though is you probably don't even know the definition of antics is.
Well, let's Google it right now.
The fact that you have to Google it just
Google
shows
it.
the fact. That's the whole
Oh,
proof.
you're
I just
so
proved
much
it right
smarter
there.
than me.
And
No,
the whole
that's the
point
thing.
is it's our channel.
If
If
you're
I
gonna
if I
use,
want Mike to
if
say
you're gonna use
something, or
even
the
if you
next person,
see, even if in your brain, right, that you have a feeling of what the definition of antics is, and a guy asks you, "What's your definition of antics?" and you can't even basically formulate the words that comes out of your mouth, that you have to Google it just to get a confirmation and say I was right, just shows that somebody's uneducated. And
Wow, you are
it's
so smart,
unfortunate.
Mike. You just
No.
got me, dude. You just got me. Congrats, dude.
That's the
Anyways,
thing.
next subject. Why did Bruce cry about his teeth?
That's up to him. That's not for me to be able to say what Bruce is going through, or what
Why
he's
why is
say
it
that
being
he's
spread
crying
around
about.
that I left my baby for a whole year? That's not true.
You did leave your baby. Hold on. Let me make sure I say it correctly. You left the woman, and then found out she was pregnant, and then you
After,
ghosted her for a whole year, and then you decided to get back out with her. Now your child is how old again?
You know it takes 9 months to grow a baby in the stomach.
It
I know you don't
doesn't
have
matter.
one.
I'm
Yes, it
saying
does
you
matter.
left.
If you're talking about a whole year,
No.
9 months of that was during conception, during the whole pregnancy.
You left the
So,
woman. How old is the child now?
You're creepy for asking.
No. It's not about being creepy. I'm just saying.
You asked last time. You asked
No,
last time.
it's a perfect thing, right? So
My
it's a
daughter's
perfect thing
almost
to be able
5.
to. She's 5. So when's the last time you saw her when she was born?
Last time I saw her when she was born.
Yeah, did you see her the moment when she was born, or you just saw her now for the first time?
Well, honestly, when she was born, I went over and did my own thing, and I didn't want to be a part of it. Remember?
Okay.
And then 3 months later, I woke up one day and I said, "You know what? This probably is not that hard to take care of a Filipina." And
Because
also,
you thought it only cost about $200 to take care of a child in the Philippines, right?
Hey, guess who's talking shit about me?
Oh, I don't know.
Look, Mike, the guy with the makeup on.
I'm not talking
Mike,
shit
how
about
come you
right
lied and
now.
said that you never called her a slut, but you really did? How
She
come you
doesn't
lied
want-
to all your Wow.
No.
She just called you a slut.
Her and I already had the conversation.
Now,
Her and I
Heidi,
already
is
had the
that okay for you?
conversation.
Heidi, is that okay for you?
Her
Mike,
and I
you
already
just
had
keep
the
on
conversation.
digging yourself a bigger and bigger hole.
See,
All
what
these
you're doing
channels are
is
talking
you're
about how mean you
trying-
are. And
You're
I'm the guy that
trying-
stepped up first and
you're
said how mean you are.
trying-
Heidi,
That's fine.
how is that okay? Block
Well,
this
because-
panelist. Take your
No,
makeup
here's
off.
the thing, right?
I want to provide
here's the thing.
excellence in regards to the Philippines, and all you want to do is provide drama. He just said, yeah. He called you a
She
slut.
just admitted that she didn't hear it.
Because
I didn't
that's
say
pretty
it.
much what I'm saying.
I didn't say,
You're
and
trying
you know
to say
what?
you didn't say
Dahil
it?
kung gusto mo,
You just said because
i-rewind
she
mo
is.
mamaya to.
Because she is. Mike, is this your mother's phone number, Mike?
Nakita mo?
I have a question, Mike. Is this your
Nakita mo?
mother's phone number? Give
Hindi
me a
siya-
minute. Is this your mother's phone number?
Yeah, what is it? What?
Hold on. Let me look it up. Is this your mother's number? The
Go
847 number? Is that
Go
live?
ahead.
Wait, well,
Go ahead.
we can't release that on air. I mean,
There it is.
we can't release personal information,
No,
whether it's
George.
correct or
Let him
not.
release it. Let him release it because it's not the number.
Well, that's the thing. Even if it's not the right number, whoever's on the other end is going to get trolled. In all fairness to
It is
everybody.
true there. See,
Yeah.
that's the thing right there. Like, so
That's the funny
like,
part. That's the funny part.
So,
See, I came on because I saw Kuya John on, and I just wanted to make
yung-
sure that I could
yung-
make him
yung-
look a
yung
lot worse
boyfriend
than he
mo-
really does.
Makinig ka, Daya.
Heidi,
Yung
you just
boyfriend
saw
mo,
him
gusto
make
niya
your channel look like crap.
magkalat-kalat ng
Anybody
ganon.
who's watching this channel,
Dinadala ka
clearly
niya
see
dito
the
sa
type of people they bring
konversasyon na
on.
ito.
One person can go.
Yan ang
and then the
problema
other
na
person-
kasama mo. Alam kong sinasabi mo tungkol sa
Weird.
kanya, na sinasabi mo na, alam mong meron siyang, anger problems and hopefully na maayos niya. Pero tingnan mo kung paano tong taong to umarte. Alam mo, happy ako sa iyo na naka-meet ka ng isang tao, pero kailangan pag-isipan mo. Tingnan mo kung paano siya kumilos. Tingnan mo kung paano siya umarte sa mga harapan ng mga tao ngayon. Pero kung masarap ang buhay mo, okay lang. Pero isipin mo ito, isang araw, sana hindi ito mangyari.
How many houses have you built
Pero
for your female? How many houses have you built for your female?
Sana hindi magkagago-gago ang taong ito.
Here, do you want to make fun of my small house, Mike?
So,
Look how small my house is.
makinig ka sa taong ito.
Look how small my
Maawa
house is.
ka
Mike.
sa
You wanna make fun
sarili
of me?
mo. Maawa ka sa sarili mo. Dahil sa isang araw,
If she hasn't let me yet, she ain't
baka
gonna, no matter what you say.
matulad ka sa yung isang babae. Sana hindi.
Butangina. Pisti.
Tingnan
Butangina.
mo kung paano siya magsalita.
Butangina, you know.
Hindi siya makarespeto ng isang tao. Pero tingnan mo ang pag-aarte ng taong to.
Nobody can understand what you're saying, dude.
Isang araw, kung may mangyari dito sa'yo,
You sound like you're
Isipin
16% Filipino. You don't even sound Filipino. You
isipin
sound
mo kung anong
Spanish.
mangyayari.
You sound more Spanish than
Maawa
Filipino.
ka sa sarili mo dahil isang araw, sa'yo lalabas ang galit nito.
What is he saying?
At kung lumabas ang galit nito sa'yo, nandito lang naman ako. Nandito ang ibang tao.
You don't sound Filipino.
Usapin mo kami.
You don't sound Filipino.
Huwag kang mag-alala. At saka
This is the
kung
antics
gusto
that I
mo,
like right here. This is
kung
what I
gusto
like.
mo
Mike.
mangyari
You don't sound
dito sa
Filipino.
lalaking ito, sabihin mo lang.
Michael.
What's he saying?
Okay.
Just speak English. Speak English. You don't even sound Filipino. You sound Spanish, Mike. You're only 16%
Well,
Filipino.
that's because he's placing emphasis on it. But okay, now first off, Mike,
Have your girl translate it for you.
yes, and
No.
the reason being is because it's really more for her. And honestly, he really didn't say much against you. It's more of, for those of you who don't understand, is in a nutshell, Mike says, do yourself a favor, just watch his behavior. That's basically in a nutshell what Mike said.
Just the
My,
same
you know,
thing.
My
Nothing new.
16% Filipino-ness, I guess, is just not
Nothing
Filipino.
new. She just said you said the same thing. Nothing new. But you did lie and say that you never said that you
That's
she said
fine.
you said she was a slut. You lied to everybody and said I never said that she was a slut. But then you
I mean,
really did say it. And then even right
Cody-
now, you just
Hey,
said it
Cody,
again.
John, you do realize that you just admitted you've made multiple sock puppet account and troll accounts, and you've been going through saying different things to test us and all that. And then your behavior where you explode on air doesn't actually look very well.
I'm not here the way
And
I
you
look.
were actually getting ready to confront me on my criminal past, because I'll confront you now that you were ready to say a bunch yesterday. So how about we
I
start with that?
Everything I said, I already said. I just wanted to make sure
Okay,
that I said the
now-
F word, the felon word. That's all.
Okay. Now, in
Yeah.
all
So I
fairness
wanna-
to your side, Kuya John, and I mean, actually, it's all fairness to her, honestly. Honestly, I'm addressing you, Kuya, okay? Because this isn't about Mike. This isn't about Michael. This isn't about Alex. This isn't about Bruce. What I'm saying is you're the one, again, I understand that you felt offended that Mike said something and
This wouldn't
you're
be fun
offended
without
and she's
me, guys.
offended.
It's
Right
so
now-
boring without me. This would not be fun without me.
Okay, well, what I'm saying
Well-
is be aware that nobody said any quote unquote derogatory terms against your partner other than you currently in the life. And what I'm getting at is the thing is, if you really love her, you wouldn't be bringing this up over and over and over. You're the one picking out on the scabs that she got, and you're the one picking at it and bring it back to life again. You understand what I'm saying? If you do love her, again, you don't do it for Mike. Don't do it for anybody else. Do it for her.
Does Mike give you like 300 peso a day to let him just do whatever he wants? Like, what's the reason why you just said that I'm the
No.
one saying negative stuff? You just heard him call my girl.
Are you saying that George is bought for 300? The fact you just said
Okay,
that
well-
300. What does 300 have to do with anything?
Again, this
Well,
isn't. This isn't even.
just
I'm not
called
even
her
going to talk
what?
about you right now. I'm not even going to talk about you
Or
right now.
anything. Rewind.
There's an old adage. Okay, I'm not talking about you. And there's a reason why old adages are there for a reason, because these are time and time proven in different cultures, different parts of the world. There's an old adage: forgiving somebody is not doing it for the person you're forgiving. You're doing it for yourself. There's a reason for that, because if you don't forgive somebody, all you're doing is hurting yourself, because you're not forgiving, because you keep that pain alive. And what you're doing right now is keeping the pain alive for your female partner. I'm not picking at you. I'm not picking at Mike. I'm not picking at anybody in particular. This applies with anybody. If somebody wronged your loved one and they seem okay with it now, you bringing it back up over and over again is like picking up the scabs. And that's what I see from my point of view.
Okay, thank you for your input. Here's my point. This guy in the bottom left, the one that wears the makeup, he denied that he called my girl a slut because he's a liar, and I want to expose him for being a liar. And even just now, he said that she's a slut. So Heidi, you're a female.
What?
One of your.
When did I say that? When?
You
said just right now. I said it.
Yes,
you said
you
just right now.
It is. You said
Uy,
the word.
Inday, walay batasan na siya. Inday, makinig ka, walay batasan na siya.
That's
Unsa
just
man
it.
ito?
I heard it.
Did not hear it myself.
It's because Mike, all he said was she is.
I mean, I'm not.
That's all he said. But that's you admitting.
Walay
that you think that
batasan na
she's a
siya. Uy, Inday. Unsa man
just said it,
itong
Mike.
taong ito?
We
Di
can't
naman
understand you.
makaintindi nada. Kala niya, Pilipino siya. Unsa na to?
You sound Spanish, Mike. You don't sound Filipino when you talk.
Unsa ka manggid?
You sound Spanish. Everybody else heard it. You said she is, meaning
I did not
you
say she
think.
is.
Yes, she.
I did not. She
Yeah.
is say a slut. I did not say she is a slut. I didn't even say she
Okay.
is to confirm that she is an S word. None of that. See, that's the problem that you have there. And I agree with what George is saying. It's like you want. It's like you need the confirmation. It's like you're trying to make her feel that you're
Mike, why do
defending
you
her
wear
when you're
makeup?
not. That's
Why do you wear makeup,
that's
Mike? I just want the antics.
makeup. I got
Why do you
so
wear makeup?
many. I got so many jagged edges in my face. I can't cover nothing up. Why would I wear makeup?
Just amusing behavior.
Why wouldn't you?
Funny. It just means.
Why wouldn't I? Because I
Okay,
don't wear
well.
makeup, and I would never wear makeup.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
So the thing though is like if I wore makeup, man, I do suck at putting on makeup because I got lots of.
But the
I got
truth
lots
is,
of dark
last month,
spots everywhere.
the truth is, last month you said to me and everybody else that you never called her. I think Bola or something like. I
Well,
forget
hold
what
on.
you called her.
The thing though is you keep on lying and stuff like that. You say like, why you wear makeup, Michael? Why you wear makeup? And I'm like, okay, I don't wear makeup. And then now you're like, okay, well that's good. I was like, come on. It's like I said, and then early on you're like,
Well, just 'cause you
I
say
don't
you don't wear
even
makeup.
know I don't even know what I said to Bruce. I'm like, you blacked out. I was like, what? Dili ka ba makaintindi ng English? Dili ka makaintindi ng Tagalog o Bisaya?
Mike, did you hear about the video coming out on you May 5th? Did you hear about that? I just got a notification. You got exposed. Hold on, I'll show it to you on YouTube. Did you hear? I do.
This is the whole
I'm
thing
sure
about
Philippines Antics would care. Have you seen that? It's right on my phone here. We are prepping for another video. Right there.
Good for them. Like I said.
Simple
Like I
Mike.
said.
Yeah,
Sprinkle
which is another
5,
insignificant troll channel. That's what we were saying. You
Sprinkle,
notice we left them in
sprinkle.
our
What is
room.
Mike?
Nothing they
Mike's a
have is
significant
right.
troll channel.
Sprinkle. It's no
Right.
difference that it's
Sure
no
this one's gonna be
difference.
a lot more damning.
It's no difference that you take some information, you try to do that. Just like for example, you then also try to say that let me
Let's
give
wait.
your mom's number,
wait until we
and you
see.
give an 847 number. How would
Whatever.
that be my mother's number?
I can look it
Right,
up. Hold
that's
on.
the thing. You're getting all these false information and you want to share it, and that's perfectly fine. If people want to create fake stuff, let them put fake stuff. If they want to put the truth out there, let them put the truth out there. But in the end, right,
Yeah.
whatever is put out there, no one, whether it's true or false, no one can deny the fact that people in the
John
chat.
admitted he's a loser. John
People-
admitted he's a loser. Ha! Everybody! Ha! Everybody!
Where-
That's the funny part. That's the
Where-
funny part.
where-
Ha! I'm 50 years old. all I have to do with my life is be on YouTube. And every time I see Perez Hilton on there, I'm going to make sure I come in there and make sure he knows how much of a fucking scumbag he is. Because he had a baby and he didn't take care of the baby for the first 3 months. What a scumbag Kuya John is. Hey, everybody, at Kuya John PH is my YouTube channel. I'm trying to go from 14 followers to 28. Check it out. I got a bunch of videos on there. I just finished the house. I'm actually here in the Philippines. I don't have to do what Mike does.
People
I don't
are
have to do what
begging.
Mike does.
See,
People
the thing
down.
is, I
Every
never
channel
begged
out here
for-
talks about how mean Mike is. And I'm the one that first started talking about how mean Mike is. Mike, you're a mean person. Yes, every channel talks about how mean you are.
Maybe
I'm
I
surprised they
better
even
look
let you
up
in
the
here.
journal.
Every channel, no.
I'm
One channel
surprised they let
tried,
you in
and
here.
then they're
You must
gone.
be paying them. You must be paying them.
Paying who? Nobody pays
Nobody.
us nothing.
You just let him call my girl a bitch, but you're banning everybody else for making fun
Where?
of you.
When did I call her? When did I
You
call
shit
her?
rolls downhill because you were just saying shit about Bruce a minute ago. And now we talked about people promoting their channel. You're throwing up that you're promoting your channel. Who cares? We let you on. We're letting you on. Mike has always supported our channel from day one. Day one,
Mike's the
when
type
we
of guy
were
that will also do things
allegedly
behind
not
your back,
being
though.
drama. And for
That's the funny part.
everybody's definition, antics, foolish, outrageous, amusing behavior, funny behavior, that's what our channel's always been about. Mike has always been there. There's a lot of shit I don't like that he does, and I've said that. I've actually said that. Can't stand him
go.
half the time.
There you
But
go.
here he is. So not once and not never are you and Mr. Watchman ever going to say that in my face. Because at that point, I'll move my ass back to Mexico. You don't threaten mine. You don't threaten others. And you don't threaten my past of what I did because you weren't there. You weren't there. And I told you exactly what happened. Nobody threatened with a bomb to blow the place up. You got all misinformation.
Can I say
Oh.
something? Can I say something? Can I say something? Just to bring the people involved. Everyone in the room. I want you guys to put a number actually. Yeah, you know what? Put a number 1 or
I mean-
the hand slap. If you guys think, and this sucks to say, this sucks to admit, but I know I'm trying to calm you down a little bit. How many people here
No, I mean,
put a
it's
1 up
crazy.
if you feel that girl that he's with is about to get whooped one of these days? And
Oh,
it
well,
sucks
yeah.
to be able, it
There-
sucks to,
With his behavior, he's got psychotic behavior.
how
And
many
the
people
fact
here
that he just did what he did, he creates sock puppet accounts. And I want to let you know 100%, you ain't coming back in, man. That's it. Create all the accounts you want. Any account that comes in from this day
Yeah.
forward will be banned with any words like yours because of you. Okay? We don't mind a little craziness in here. We didn't mind you in there, let you back in. Okay? But you've got serious psychotic behavior no matter what you say about my past. I did have a bad day. I was in the middle of the divorce. I was being beat on a daily basis by this man, okay, that I was living with in the middle of a divorce, threatening to bring in a second wife. You don't know my past when all that happened to me. And when those people told me I couldn't have my medications, which were multiples, I then shook a bag at him and said, then I will just blow this place up, okay? There was nothing in there. And because of the threat, it's what got me in trouble. And I paid for 5 years. So don't talk and call me a fat ass bitch and all this other stuff because your life is going down the drain, Mr. Shit Man. That is very psychotic behavior. And yes, I feel that you were hurt your woman at some point. And that just proves everything that people have said about you is actually true.
Whoa.
Hold on, I'm gonna say, Inday, makinig ka. Pag tininan mo ang chat room dito, maraming tao dito nagsasalita na ikaw in danger ka. Na yang kasama mo. May confirmation dito. Lahat ng tao are putting number 1, meaning that that guy you're with is gonna abuse you one of these days. So I want you to learn one of these days.
I know so.
See
I've been
this?
abused.
Inday, you see this, Inday? You do this one of these days, okay?
20,
You do this one of these days when you're live.
The man that abused me when that all went down, same type of behavior. As a matter of fact, he either did that or gave me the
25,
silent treatment. And then he locked me in a house. I wasn't even allowed to leave the house. Don't talk to nobody.
27.
Don't talk to the neighbors. I better not see you out front. You guys have no idea what I've been through. And now I'm just making things up. That's exactly why I speak up.
So there's 27 once, which is more than enough. The
At
reason
least I'm being
the
real on
reason
my
why I
channel,
say
not
more than
hiding
enough
stuff.
is usually when you ask people to say put 1 or 2, usually about average of 7, but 21 is really high number for like a, what do you call that? An impromptu poll. That's a very high number in a live. Just saying. Hey,
We got it's okay, Heidi. We got
Hey,
we got a 2.
sweetheart.
1 2 from Doc
Heidi.
M.
Heidi, sweetheart, it's okay. It'll be okay, Heidi. Don't let them get to you. Don't let it get to you. It's all
And
gonna be okay.
and this is just the perfect reason. Like sometimes it's like, one thing I can say is that you guys know his behavior. His behavior has been the same. Sometimes there's a point in life where you have to just say no on these type of people, you know. Hayate.
Just call her names. Call her names on live and hurt her feelings. So she got upset. It's gonna be okay. She'll be okay.
Good Lord, that chicken was loud, Michael.
Yeah, it's there.
Sorry.
But the neighbor is alive.
And by no means am I upset. George was just talking to me that he feels that Kuya wins, and that's not what it is. I shouldn't have had to mention the abuse that I went through. Nobody here wins. Not those other channels or nothing. It was 19 years ago, and it's the belief that ever since I've been in this country, I've been attacked by other vloggers and other people in regards to my past. And then once, it just makes me think about what I went through myself. It doesn't make any excuse. I paid every single day. And for a long time, they've been sending this, and we've put it off. I put it off. There are things that George hasn't seen. He doesn't win. I just fear for his woman. That's why I'm upset, because I'm afraid that type of behavior will continue.
Yeah, but Heidi, at least it's like sometimes it's like, you can remove yourself. You're not his girl. And that's why I was speaking for a lot of people that was upset while I was speaking Tagalog, because you guys can't hear or understand. It's because I wanted to be able to have that moment, to have that conversation for her. Now, one thing that, is, and if for your experience, Heidi, and stuff like that, and for anybody out there who has experience in abuse and stuff like that, no one deserves it. But at the very same time, is a lot of people end up staying in a divorce because that's one thing that they unfortunately are used to or look for. It's just it's the repetition of abuse. Most people who actually get abused are people that have been abused before, and that's what the normalcy is. Until you can learn how to break the pattern, if you're able to create a pattern interrupt by yourself, or if you're actually removed from the pattern by someone else, and it's never going to be a situation where it can be cured right away. Unfortunately, she's in her naive situation, and let's say, for example, she's not everything, it always starts in the beginning somehow, some way. And if her mentality is because, I want to be with a foreigner a little bit and this is what I'm seeing, well, she's going to have to experience that. And that's why I've tried to speak in Tagalog, because I want to be able to touch her soul. Because if you guys seen, when I start talking to her in Tagalog, what the typical abusive male behaviors who are abusive, or men or women, will try to shut down the person that's trying to give advice. And you saw how he was so loud because he didn't want her to hear the stuff that was coming out. But in the end, because she's in a situation, you could tell he's one of the guys that takes a person and isolates them from their family or from their friends, because that's what part of abuse is. You're seeing this happen on what he's doing. And so what he's going to do is he's going to isolate her. And then now, and what's unfortunate is this also happens for a lot of foreign men who are in the Philippines, when they get abused by women, and we'll say financial abuse, or maybe even just mental abuse, psychological abuse, is because a lot of these guys don't have their surrounding people, the people in their country, so they're all alone as well. So I mean, whether I hope she can escape it or realize it and say, what, if it's still not to the peak of its moment, if it's still not fully abusive yet, there's red flags already. The red flags are there. And you know what? And what's amazing about everything is this. And I'm glad I don't, it sucks that you had to hear that for yourself, and you had to get triggered by how he acted, because what people can see is, there's, you can see that he's a gaslighter. He's always like, and if you guys notice in the beginning, he's going to say something like, I really like this channel and you guys need to do this and change this. So if you really like the channel,
yes.
So he was gaslighting it all the way through. I was actually
he gaslighted us over his pet the last time, and he knew we liked pets. So, and then to go in and say that we should accept all bad words on all things, or this is the way, he was trying to control the full narrative in that, or what we're supposed to do. And that's just,
and a lot of people notice, I never let him get to me. Like, even though when he did the dog thing, I was like, whatever.
It was the trigger of everything we've been going through, Mike, because I'm usually stronger than that. It just made me start thinking about what I went through up to that point that I went to jail. And somehow when I was with therapists, they said that it was probably just some sort of subconscious to get out of the marriage altogether. And any day of the week, I'd have spent 20 years in prison to get out of that relationship. Because that day I was like a ghost. I was like a ghost when I went in there, and it wouldn't have took much to trigger me. And I knew there was just a lot going on. And so,
I mean, in the end, our past will still dictate who we are. That doesn't mean, because it's part of us, right? And so the thing though is, do you get stronger because of the past that you experienced? That's fine. It's like, one thing that you can see is like, okay, I'll rather open up and say my past. But one thing that you start seeing is that with Mr. Eggplant Perez Hilton, he can't, that's one thing. Is like, a good example is, look what happened between him and Bruce. Okay.
Yeah.
Bruce got triggered. You guys saw what these are what we call direct, these are direct abusers type of a people. And you see the narcissistic behavior. I'm the best. I have the best channel, best ideas. Well, then put it in your channel. He can't. And so the thing though is, he got Bruce to lose his cool, right? And that's what these type of people do. And it's the truth. We are seeing a good amount. We are seeing a good amount of expats in the Philippines who are like this guy. That's why there is the notion where a lot of expats do say, a lot of expats do say this, is that don't hang out with expats. Because you're a 50-50, they say, like, a lot of guys I've spoken to, there's a 50% chance that you're going to find crazy in the Philippines from expats. Whereas if you're in your own country, maybe 10% of the people that you meet will have a narcissistic, and so what John has, what Mr. Perez Hilton has here, Mr. Eggplant, and a lot of you guys can really look this up if you guys want to. He unfortunately shows up what we call the dark triad, right? That's your Machiavellian, that's your narcissistic behavior type of stuff. So he has what we call the dark triad, which is the most dangerous type of person, because these are the people that are the abusive types. These are the people that are actually the ones that are verbally, physical type of stuff. And these are the type of expats, and they do exist in the Philippines by far majority. By far majority, these type of people do exist in the Philippines. And I'll say 50-50, which sucks for us, right? Because a lot of us sometimes, if you're in the Philippines already fully and stuff like that, you need an scapegoat. You need an escapism. Sometimes just being around too many Filipinos, you're like, I need to be among my people sometimes and stuff like that. You need that escapism. And if your chances are that 50-50, you're going to get the wrong person, you're going to be involved in, especially if you don't recognize these type of behaviors. If you don't recognize, like for me, unfortunately, being in psychology, being in education, being in all those kind of things, I've listened, I've paid attention, I've done, and so I can recognize patterns. And so I've had him for a long time. And so you see how he gets triggered with me. And the reason why he gets triggered with me is because I don't let him get to me. The moment you give him a reaction that he wants, the moment that you let him, if he says something negative to you, and he did several times, and the unfortunate is there was no check on him. With me wise, if you recognize him, he was trying to do some triggers on me, this and that, right?
Right.
I didn't let it get to me. He goes, here's the number, 847. I said, go ahead. Right. And because that's the, and you're right that you blocked it, because whoever owns that number, right?
Somebody
if it
will
is
try.
an 847, because we never had an 847 number. So that's why I know it's not it doesn't exist. So that's where the problem that happens with that is, these type of people, they want a reaction. And if you don't give a reaction, it pisses them off even more. But at the same time, is if you can verbally jab them with true information, I can give, he uses stuff ad hominems, because I've used ad hominems, right? But I only use ad hominems on people after I've laid down some tracks where it's the truth and explaining who they are. And once I get them whining, then I can hit them with ad hominems, which pisses them off even more. But it is unfortunate. There is a larger amount of these type of men coming to the Philippines. And you know what? It all, and that's the problem that the Philippines has, right? Because they don't ask those questions, even though it actually does apply. Because in the Philippines, technically, right, they just have those things of moral turpitude. But the worst part about it, one thing people don't know, is in the Philippines, right, if you don't have your behavior in check, if you do have psychological problems, because there's nothing wrong when somebody has depression, they take depression medications. There's nothing wrong if they have anxiety and they take anti-anxiety medications. But if you have guys like this who blows up that way, how you can see he went from try to be cool to just pissy off whatever, right? Just that video alone.
2 seconds, yeah.
And by the way, it's up to you guys if you want to raise this. I want a copy of this because I do have my own stuff that I'm putting together for John, because because I do have he's my favorite one in my list, because no joke, when I go to the Philippines, I'm gonna be able to get all of this stuff and listen, that doesn't mean that he's gonna get kicked out. But do you see that outburst that he had?
That's way to put on private.
No, what do you mean?
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out later on. But this what people don't understand is, if you have these emotional outbursts, and he's admitted that he has psychological problems. Your last video, remember, he admitted that he has anger problems also. He admitted that on video. Just those video evidence plus his other things that he's doing, I'm gonna if I take that to the BI, guaranteed, because those things are perfect. But don't let people, don't let guests get to you in
well, that's
your
what I keep
channel, stuff like that,
repeating. It's not my guest getting to me, it's the fact that he triggered memories. So I want to get that very straight. I only did that because the multiple channels that have been after us, and the fact they put that out, I shouldn't have, but it had to be done, because at this point it is serious lies. So it's not what's going on, and it's a little different that if I tell my story. But that was more of a trigger because people don't realize the backside was abuse, being held in the house. A lot of things were going on, multiple surgeries, and I think it was just time. But him himself, no, I already know his right. Hey, George, you okay?
I mean, he's a good example of being compared to the bar owner, the Korean bar owner, thinking that he's Mr. Bad guy in the Philippines and stuff like that.
Billy badass.
Yeah, when I was walking in, because I was walking outside earlier before, when I was like listening to your live, I was just walking outside, but when I was walking in, that's when John finally got in, and he was talking right away. He's like, I guess had an argument with his girl, because he's talking about people, and then he doesn't even understand how Philippines works. And the funny is, he says, "Oh, you're only 16% Filipino." Yeah, 16% blood, but that doesn't mean the rest are not Filipino just because they have mixed blood, right? So it's unfortunate what goes on with these type of people, but these are the type that sometimes it's not even the other YouTubers. Sometimes these are the type of expats that should get reported and kicked out.
Yeah.
Like, and the whole thing with regular guy, my whole main thing to point out that what he did was wrong. That's my opinion. You guys can have a different opinion. But what I truly wanted was the reaction of the viewers, because when you saw the comments that were coming up afterwards, I got a call, right? I got a message from, my friend, who's a lawyer, the one I interviewed and stuff like that. And she was reading the comment sections because there were guys that were trolling her. Like, you don't understand. Guys started trolling her after my regular guy video. And she was like, "What's going on?" So she reached out to me, and she was reading the comments on my videos of guys talking about regular guy and associating that with her because she's being toxic, because she's being privileged. People are calling her privileged lawyer in the Philippines and stuff like that. And she wanted some information. So I gave her more information about the regular. I'm like, these are what's happening. Look at these comments. Look at this one guy's channel who turned off his channel after I called him out. I gave her more information. What she does with that, it's up to her. But she is, her uncle is a congressman, her father was a congressman, and her father is a vice mayor. So she's got connections. What she does with it, and that's the thing, is showing the proof, because she was shocked when I told her that the 18-year-old thing, all these foreigners are saying that no, it's 16, like they're still fighting for it. And she was reading those comments. She goes, "People are still trying for this," after I just explained that it's 18.
Which is crazy.
Yes. And this is the problem that exists. And so there is a movement in it. There is a movement of people starting to say, let's look at these vloggers. It's starting to happen in the Philippines. And I'm not even going to connect it with the recent Malacanang thing that happened. But just because they do a press conference in Malacanang, that does not mean they share with you everything of their plans. They're going to give you the basics.
Yeah, there's plans.
So everything online is going to be looked at, and YouTube is one of it. Facebook especially is a big thing that they're targeting, and they've actually talked about that. But these are the type of, like John, for example, is the perfect type of foreigner that should be removed from the Philippines. And for me, I'll be more glad to go into the BI office for John over regular guy. I'll say that right now, even because he's the viewer of a regular guy. He's the guy that fights for that stuff. He's the guy that's acting up. I want the guys that are acting up. So he's my project when I get back to the Philippines.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
What was his name on the? What was his name? Was it Pablo? It was some.
No, he was using Perez Hilton because he tries to call me Perez Hilton.
Yeah.
But
I was trying to somebody else. Yeah. Yeah, but guys, again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a PSA here again. Biggest common YouTuber mistake, really a novice one. Never ever show any phone numbers on you, ever. Even if you have the best intentions. Meaning, if you guys watch my apartment videos, apartment for rent, I usually walk by the sign, apartment for rent, and there's a sign that has a phone number. I block those. There's a reason for it.
Which is really sad.
Now, the reason why I'm showing you this number, because everybody knows this song. This is the Jenny song, right? The 867-5309. The reason why I'm showing you this is a perfect example of that incident. This was a real number at one point in time.
Oh my
However, this number specifically in the US is 100% banned. Nobody's ever allowed to use that number because anybody who has that number gets trolled nonstop.
Wonder if I call.
So no, it's babe. In the US, it's dead, but here obviously it'll work. But in the US, this number, it doesn't matter what network you're in, doesn't matter where you're at. All these numbers is blocked completely because it gets trolled. So whatever you guys do, doesn't matter if you're, oh, I'm a vlogger. Here's my friend Michelle. She's got this house for rent. contact her on. Don't do that, please. Oh, well, yeah, you can call it and see what it says. I'm sure it's out of service because I think I tried that.
Even if I try 813?
Yeah, no, yeah. I believe I tried it when they announced it a long time ago that it's permanently.
What if somebody answers?
I doubt it.
I'm just as bad as the next guy. Okay, we'll see.
Yeah, that's Jenny's number. Yeah, no, they made sure that number is out of service.
No, I'm serious. There's somebody maybe come in a new name.
It is a number in Tampa.
Oh, it is.
It's weird. I did 813 plus that number, which is Tampa, and it is. It's
And
some financial
they
company.
Probably somehow paid somebody to get it. for
Think
them.
about it. That'd be pretty
Yeah.
smart.
When I lived in Nashville, Tennessee, I dialed the 615 area code in that number, and it actually called another company.
Oh, I see. No, yeah, that's somebody. Unless it's him, but I don't think it is.
Is he in the
I don't know
room?
who that is, but
It's on the side.
Well, unless it's him, but I don't remember. Anyway,
I'm missing that.
no, you contacted him on the back end. No, it's just
Mike, update me. Let's switch the subject a little here. I didn't get to see your video this morning on the update on the bar, so people can go to your channel, Mike's Philippine Journey. Of course, you got
didn't need to go to my channel to watch that video. Just go plain and simple. So the bar got closed, and everyone's actually like, there's a lot of people made some videos like today. Was like, oh, Viking is closed, because of this Korean owner or this Korean manager. No. If you look at the reason why he got closed down, it wasn't because of the manager. The reason that they closed down was sanitation, and one of the girls, it says a girl, is without her health card. That's the reason why it was closed. Now, my argument was this: if he's a manager, let's say, is he an owner? Maybe, but right now they call him a manager, a co-manager. If he's a manager, I think it's wrong that you close down the business because of a manager who did something outside the business. I think that's wrong. If I look at it from the outside, okay, I'm like, why is the business getting punished for a worker, a manager? Now, but of course, if he's a manager, maybe he is a part owner. So that's my situation in that. But at the very same time, it's like, why hasn't the guy been arrested? Why hasn't the bodyguards been arrested? Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, this is where people need to have an understanding. This is what we call pakitang tao in the Philippines, just to show something was done. And the thing though is they showed something that was technically done, even though it was not done that was expected. But you could see that the lady of the therapy company lady was happy with what happened. Yes, I'm glad that it got shut down. Okay, because for her wise, they lost money more than likely, because if they're going to be closed for the next week, that is money that they're going to lose for that particular situation. So she got what she got, they got what they got, but in the end, the guy's still not arrested. The bodyguards haven't been, arrested. The guy, the Korean king, because they call him Hari Harian, he is actually what do you call this thing? He's actually legal to be in the Philippines. He's a permanent resident in the Philippines, so he's not no tourist working for a company. He has permanent residency. So they checked with the immigration. Immigration stated it, okay, and also immigration stated that, but that does not mean that he can't get kicked out. So we're going to start an investigation on him. So in the end, it's like, that's just how it is handled in the Philippines sometimes. If you have a bigger company or you appear to have more money, you're going to sometimes either pay for lawyers or unfortunately settle things outside the court. I mean, it happens in the US or anywhere else in the world, right? You get sued, you counter sue, then you just go settle outside the court and you just pay the money. It's the same exact thing, but in a smaller type of a situation. So I mean, I had somebody who was like actually telling me in my chat, well, it's unfair. I had to pay. I had to. It's the Filipino police is corrupt. I had to pay 10,000. Because I got caught with weed, and I'm like, you got caught with weed. You were doing something illegal. So you know what? You're lucky for 10,000 that you had to pay. I'm like, that's not corrupt. That's just you making the things go faster, so you don't go to jail between 6 months to 4 years. Okay, So it's like somebody like makes that type of a reasoning and calls the Philippines corrupt. I'm like, no. If you want to say the Philippines corrupt, I'm not saying it. But if you're saying it, then my thing is, aren't you lucky that you were able to pay somebody off? If you feel that way, or else you would have been in jail.
They're lucky on
Mexico's way worse. Just saying.
Oh yeah, Mexico's a lot worse. I mean, just look at, for example, Tijuana. Right? There was a study in Tijuana where they said there's in Tijuana, out of like 1.2 million people or something like that, they said, or no, was it 1.8 million? They said there's 500,000 drug addicts in Tijuana. So I mean, that's a lot of money being made over there.
Yeah.
I just reading a comment.
Hey,
here.
D-Man, you actually wrote this? D-Man said something. D-Man says, with comments sharp and critiques unkind, they roam the channels, leaving none behind. But amidst the chaos, creators stand tall, brushing off trolls, they conquer all.
Hey, be sure to get that Music Man up there. We're looking.
That's a
We're
good
looking
one,
for an
Mike.
outro. Did you see that, Michael? Them are good lyrics there.
That's pretty good.
D-Man, his reason. Yeah,
That's some pretty good stuff. I've been playing with this app called Donna.
gotcha.
Like there's this app called Donna. I love it because you can make songs and stuff like that. So I got like all these songs now for Filipina scammers.
I need to share with you, Mike. I'll
up?
ping you on the side. I have a couple of good AI things you could use.
Yeah.
To make songs.
Yeah, I use Donna right now. Just it's pretty cool. It makes the. It's good enough for $2.99. For $2.99, $2.99. Okay, because they had a special for $2.99 for a month, but now it's like $3.99 a week. I say it's pretty good so far. But yeah, I don't mind, man. Share it to me, man.
Yeah, I will. I'll ping you on the side.
Cool. PH Expat Pepper says 10 years. Only once was a bribe called for, and that was in Manila. A traffic violation on my driver's part. He wasn't even driving. Paid the $1K just not to deal with it later. Yeah, when they ask for your license, you slide it between the license and
But
the
see, like,
registration.
for me wise, it's like, in the Phils, and I've seen this done by so many different people in the Philippines, right? You want to call it a bribe, but there's also this thing called just upfront. Like just, hook them up with stuff, buy them drinks, make sure you send beer every now and then. Make sure you do this and that. You don't even need to do the bribes. There's no such thing as a bribe somewhere because you gave it freely without them asking, right? And then they'll just remember you to hook you up. Like, when I'll tell you one thing. When those guys held us up in the Philippines, those 5 guys that held us up, but when after the gunfight in my house, I'll tell you one thing: we were surrounded by over 100 PNPs in our house. They came in trucks. When the word got out that something happened, and all those guys came up because my dad's been friends with them. My dad's hooked them up. My dad's paid for stuff, beforehand without even having stuff.
Kindness goes a long way here.
Yeah, and those guys got caught up. Those guys got caught within less than 24 hours. So you know what? It's like I'm sorry. It's like sometimes it's like I remember like I've always been told my dad's like always send some beer to the barangay once a month or something like that. Send him a couple cases. My dad's always have done that. And then I was like, when I was in the Phils, I did that too. I was like, yo, and so you can meet them. That's how you meet them and get their name and be specific. Every now and then every year the barangay will have a party, for themselves and stuff like that, for the barangay tanods and stuff and their families. Give some money, send some food. Like it is what it is.
Lester and other people have made this comment. or similar comments. But I'm just gonna bring up Lester's because he has the longest one. Just real quick, guys. Again, even in the U.S., I have an answer for this one. This man is a manager to the company. He represents their company and on off the job. Both company and manager should be paying a severance pay to all employees not working, losing wage per day. Here in the Philippines, no, not gonna happen. No work, no pay. Now let's move further down the line. To make things worse, it's falls into the entertainment category. Entertainment laws are worse. Entertainment laws basically is worse when it comes to no work, no pay. And in fact, now in the Philippines, overtime is kind of wonky. That's one of those things that's kind of questionable at most. But in the US, if you're in the entertainment industry, actually D-Man actually just said, the one that wrote the poem, he works in the entertainment industry business. He's a writer, and that's why he wrote that. To make it worse, if you're in the entertainment business, overtime does not exist. So anyway, just real quick for those wondering that, oh, they closed the bar, they should be getting paid. Should they? Yeah, they should, but will they? If they did, that's really, really kind of the owners. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That can't be right.
What's that?
Mamsam always says over here traffic can be half a million pesos. I believe that's half a million. That's
Traffic violations. Yeah, that number's got to be off.
I can see 50,000 maybe. I don't know about 500,000.
What is that? 10,000 US?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just leave the country at that point.
Right?
I go to another Asian country for a while and then come back.
Yeah.
Or back to Mexico. That's what I need a song. I'm moving back.
Peach
to
Pepper says
Mexico.
we pay our workers both overtime and holiday pay. We use bandy clock, the old bandy clock. Yeah, to be legit. I think that's the one we now they don't do that anymore. They have the swipe cards. Yeah.
Well, it'll be an interesting week next week. Always something going on.
I was telling my Discord, right? I said, I guess, if we're gonna go by pastor, I'm gonna get in trouble for that person I attacked before. I bit this person a long time ago.
Oh, it is?
I'm gonna get in trouble for that one. I got in trouble for biting someone when I was 5 years old because they stole my freaking GI Joe. I'm just saying, like, damn it.
I told you Mike had something in his closet. There's your skeleton in the
tell
closet.
you that he did a Mike Tyson though. Just that's the thing he omitted.
Hey, you take Scarlet and Beachhead. You're done. I'm gonna take you.
Snap!
Yeah, Scarlet and Beachhead, man. No, I'm sorry.
Beachhead.
I apologize. Not Scarlet. Lady Jane. Not Scarlet. I never got Scarlet. I always wanted Scarlet. All I got was Lady Jane.
Lady Jane. Yeah, see, Peach Pepper with me agrees. But where did you bite that person? Exactly. Salem? Destro? Salem says he has Destro. The problem with Destro, his shiny head turns white after a while.
I never had Destro either.
Yeah, a lot of positive comments coming in here. That's what I've been reading through and everything.
Mike's the issue with the bar and
that
Chomos. I think it's cost all bloggers and anyone been on walking street. Okay, yeah, because I asked John Wheeler to clarify it. Mike, the issue with bars and the Chomos, think it caused all bloggers and anyone been on walking street to be investigated.
I think they're going to start investigating a lot of bloggers and watching a lot more channels.
I think so too, Heidi.
I think it's been coming. We talked about that last year since a few other incidents, and I think, like I said, I believe even further down the road, they're going to make them register seriously, not the stuff they talked about where they're all supposed to register to be, vloggers and all this other stuff. I think it'll become a lot more serious, like permits. And I think even Brian Philly in the Philippines mentioned that a while back. He talked about that where it was about public recording and a bunch of stuff that went down last year. I believe strongly that there'll be something put in place eventually because it's just out of control.
Actually, I was going to say that was actually that you have to look at this because remember, Philippines is very slow. It's very methodical. They need to do a lot of policies and procedures and back and forth. I agreed. That's what I was going to say. That's just the beginning. That was like what 2 years ago. Still, that was like 2 years ago, and then so it's a slow process because as they get continual reports like this happening, right. And then when you then now break down, start looking at what's happening at the BI office, go into their Facebook page. Almost every week, people are getting caught up now, right? Because you have to understand, it's over 3,000 something was actually denied entry. Was it over 3,000? I think was either denied entry or was kicked out of the Philippines last year. I forgot the full number on that. But you're starting to see a buildup on it, and you're starting to see them talking about foreign people, right? Because then what the problem with the Philippines now is they have to admit that the Philippines is the number one place that provides product for a lot of the second word that Mr. Wheeler was talking about.
No,
so
it's true. It's very sad. It's very true.
Yeah. So what you're seeing with that is there all that stuff is going to start going 2 and 2 together, and then now, and listen, I'm sorry to say they are watching videos. They are watching this channel probably or my channel. Or other people's channel. They're I know. They ain't dumb. They're slow sometimes because they want to get it right most of the time. And so I feel that we're maybe 2-3 years out. Unfortunately, it's going to be slow, but I think that you're going to eventually, because remember, 5 years ago, they went after several vloggers.
They did.
They did arrest several vloggers. They even arrested a Filipino vlogger.
Yeah.
I think he was in Cebu. I forgot who his name was. They have done this in the past. It's just a rotation that's going to happen. And, and then so what they're going to get is what they'll get them for is sometimes they may not get enough information to get them for what they're doing that's bad, but they're going to kick them out for tax evasion. They're going to kick them out for, for bad behavior. They're going to do several things. And it's like people just don't understand. If you understand history, look at how it happens in the Philippines. There's history in the Philippines on how these things are handled. And a lot of these things, they're eventually going to get caught up. And here's the unfortunate part. There are going to be people that's going to get caught up who are collateral damage. Collateral damage because they didn't really do bad things, but they did one bad thing that they're just going to use that to get them out. And that's just the unfortunate also, because there are going to be people that's going to get taken out.
Oh, yeah.
And then you're going to have the other things that's going to happen. I think I have a strong feeling, okay? I have a strong feeling that once they approved, I think you guys were talking about it once. I never really looked into it, Heidi George. What do you call this thing? The digital nomad visa, right?
The digital nomad, yeah.
Yeah. I think when they approve the digital nomad visa, eventually they're going to remove this whole 36-month tourist visa for people. I have a feeling that they're going to remove that because if you start looking at what's happening, like for example in Thailand and stuff like that, they're changing the rules on the visas in Thailand now. So but one thing Thailand has is that you can literally cross a border. Like I forgot which border most expats in Thailand, they'll cross the border and come back. And
most people go to Cambodia.
Okay.
In the past,
Appreciate it.
Myanmar, but not as much recently.
Okay. Yeah. So you have that, but the Philippines, you have to fly out. And there's a lot of expats who are not able to fly out anymore, who can truly afford to fly out.
Right.
And so when I think that eventually they're going to change that tourist visa to 1 year. Because I was speaking to what do you call this thing? There's this person that that does a lot of the applications for they do these services to renew your stuff and everything. I interviewed her a long time ago, but I was like speaking to her on the phone like I'll say about 9 months ago. And we're just talking about it. And she literally said, she's like, yeah, they're going to be changing. I have a feeling they're going to change it soon. There's going to be changes. And there's going to be guys that are going to be whining about it. It's wrong. But my thing is that it's the law. You have to respect it, you know?
Yeah. No, that's true. And I
Well,
believe
they
that
gotta
on like what we were,
balance.
yeah.
They got to balance just like the sheer demand, right? More and more people every year are finding out, wow, the Philippines is a beautiful country with friendly people. It's a tropical paradise, but not everybody can mesh into paradise, right? I mean, like if you look at Malaysia, they recently raised the requirements for the Malaysia my second home visa, which I think historically had a lower bar, and now it's become much more expensive. And so I think they're one of those countries that's kind of preemptive about like, hey, we want to really be careful about who comes here for a long time. Sure, everybody comes as a tourist, have fun, spend your money, go out and enjoy yourself, but to actually stay here a long time where they're actually making a stronger impact on the people or the culture, I think they're starting to look at that more closely just because there's so much chaos going on right now.
Well, and also don't forget, it's a majority of the time these changes in a lot of these immigration or visas and stuff like that in the Philippines is really not, so don't heart it for a lot of Americans, a lot of Western men and stuff like that. It's not really meant for you. It's meant for the Chinese. It's meant for the Chinese, the Indians, the ones who are by far more coming to the Philippines and truly overstaying, because like, for example, there's this, they're finding that there's a lot of Chinese people all of a sudden going to school in the Philippines now. Like especially
I was going to ask you about that.
Cagayan de
But yeah,
Oro.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Cagayan de Oro right now. People are like, what's going on? There's places in Manila, for example, that even, the buildings are being changed to Chinese signs nowadays and stuff like that, in Mandarin, Cantonese, whatever they're using. So they're seeing a lot of this stuff happening. And then with the bad talks that's happening, especially, I don't know if you guys ever seen the it was on CNN just the other day. You guys can look, people can look it up, where they had the CNN crew in one of the boats, that's one of the Navy boats in the China Sea, whatever, and they got into a tiff with another Chinese vessel, and they broke their window because they sprayed them with water. There's a lot of stuff happening in regards for the Chinese stuff, and so they're trying to slow that stuff down, and so there are going to be collateral, and that's going to be to some people out there and everything like that. Even it's even going to suck for some Filipino Americans that want to come back to the Philippines. Okay, so because when you look at the numbers in the Philippines, they say, oh, there's a lot of Americans in the Philippines. No, a far majority of those people are actually Filipino Americans that came back to the Philippines. It's just that they're Americans now, so it's not because
So like George.
Yeah, so people need to understand that they're even like when they say a lot of Filipinos marry Americans, majority of those Filipinos that married Americans are Filipino Americans. So it's like, know the numbers a little bit, but it's crazy.
Right. Actually, speaking of the Chinese signs, an odd example is when I went to Clark, the airport. I got on camera, but I didn't show it in public because there was glare, and so I decided not to. The funny thing is, for example, when they have a sign for the bathroom, like restroom, it doesn't say baño. It doesn't say restroom, and then on bottom says baño, which means, restroom. Instead it says restroom and then Chinese, Mandarin. And I'm like, what? And instead of a departure, it says again on the bottom or on the side, depending on which part you go, it has it on Mandarin. And I was like, wait, what? At least have the Filipino version first before, but it's weird. It's English and then Chinese all of a sudden. And you're like, okay, I guess we're Chinese. But, I think it's kind of odd,
I get that part. What is it? A couple thousand Chinese students were either registered or given some sort. What was the deal on how many they given permits or just registered all at once recently?
Yeah, so that now they have to, the school is trying to deny it a little bit because they started getting, the news started getting information about it, and the school's like, well, we only have a few, and so like they're starting to look into it, because a lot of even the neighbors, around the people surrounding, are like, there's no Chinese right now around, but wait around this time, they all walk around together, and then in some of the Filipinos were saying, what if they're trying to take over the Philippines? It's like it's no difference in Texas and in the Mexican border right now. It's like
Right,
these Mexicans. It's like, and so it's the same thing. A lot of these Filipinos are like,
I'm gonna be super racist. They just look Asian to me.
that happens a lot.
I couldn't. But it's funny. I think about that. That some might say, "Oh my God, look at all the Chinese around here. Look at all the Koreans around here." Honestly, right now I can barely tell them apart.
Well,
I mean, and so, but
some people are gonna say that that's racist, but it's just the truth when you're not used.
Yeah, because
like,
I can't tell, and honestly, it really for me doesn't matter. I guess so. I guess on top of that, it's the same.
I think it's easier for Asian people to tell. Like I can tell
exactly.
The difference,
Asian people can most of the time figure it out. Sometimes we'll be like, and then if you can't, and here's the trick: if you can't figure what Asian they are, more likely they're Filipino.
Oh snap, Mike!
You'd be like, I can't figure out. What you do is like, you're Filipino. It's like there's a 75% chance you'll get it right if you
That's a good one. I like that one.
The first time I met a Filipina, this was in the U.S. We went to the same middle school, and she was like, "Oh, I'm a Filipina." I'm like, What is that? Like, where is that? I don't know. What the
right?
Like,
no,
I had no idea. I'm like, so wait, you're like Hispanic, you're Latino, and she was like, no, like it, and I can't remember how she explained it to me, but yeah, I was just like so confused. I never met a person from the Philippines before.
No, mine was different. When I first got back to the States from the Phils, that was 6th grade, but I was then we had wintered, and because I arrived in February, but school was done for us, and then I didn't get to school till 7th grade, like months later. So I go to school, and like no Filipinos in my school. Like I couldn't find any, right? So the first person that I thought was Filipino, because I went to a school that was majority Jewish. It's majority Jewish, Italians, Greeks, and stuff like that. So I see this person. I think she's Filipino because she looked Filipino to me, and then she's like, "No, I'm Mexican."
Oh no!
But
that was me, Mike. That's how racist I was. I said these guys all look Mexican to me, and George goes, "You can't say that."
I was speaking to her in Tagalog, and like, no, I'm Mexican, and this is no joke. This is no joke. All right, mind you, this is 7th grade. We don't in the Philippines. You don't study a lot of the geography and stuff like that. Wasn't a thing in undergrad. So that's not till you're in high school in the Philippines. I was like, what? What's that? Like, where's that? She's like, but she was kind enough. She was actually, I remember she was from Kansas. So she had this, twang and stuff like that. So she shows me. I was like, that's amazing. The first Filipino I meet, like the true Filipino, I still remember his name was Mark Santos. Spoke to him in Tagalog, and he's like, bro, I don't speak Tagalog. And I was like, why? And I was like, because I was like, I said, I said, kamusta ka, right? It's like, no, I'm sorry, I didn't speak Tagalog. I spoke to him in Bisaya. And he's like, bro, I don't speak Tagalog. And I was like, that's Bisaya. And he was just like, what's that? And so it's like, you see this, because like I arrived in the States, all I spoke was Bisaya and English, right? So it was like so hard for me. And then all of a sudden my Bisaya vanished, right? Because that never got used, and I was just speaking English, and I learned Spanish, and that just messed me up in my brain. And then
that's
like
what George says.
Yeah, language is a fickle animal. Yes.
Yeah. So then I had to learn Tagalog, right? Later on, I was like, I'm not gonna learn Bisaya because I don't like to be in Bisaya region. So I was like, I'm gonna learn Tagalog, and so it's like really messed up, because it's like the same story with my mom. She only spoke Bisaya. She met my father. he spoke Bisaya, Bicol. He spoke he speaks Lucano and then Tagalog and stuff like that. And then he had to help my mom learn how to speak Tagalog. It was like it's just a weird thing what happened in my house. So it's just crazy. But but yeah, people need to understand in the Philippines, there's a lot of Chinese people coming. It's coming.
Right.
China.
It's not. Yeah, it's not now.
They're winning bigly.
Right. And on the languages, guys, just so you guys know, it's seen as rude when a Filipino speaks in English rather than the native tongue if they can speak it. If a Filipino can speak Tagalog and they're speaking in English, it's perceived as rude. Just saying. I mean, but they understand if you can't speak it. There's a difference. You know what I'm saying?
And then don't forget, a lot of people don't understand in the Philippines, guys. There's this thing called smart shaming in the Philippines. Like sometimes if you speak Tagalog, they'll shame you. I mean, so you speak English, they'll shame you sometimes. In certain
Right.
I
ways.
feel like you're
Yeah, it's
sticking
kinda-
out.
Yes, it's called smart shaming. Like they don't shame the ones who are uneducated, whatever. They'll shame you for being smart.
Actually, yeah, this happened. I didn't do it. It's actually another person. I was at a store and I'm a regular, but Heidi's been in that store, so most of the staff speak to me in English. You know what I mean? But for the most part, I normally speak Tagalog and Kapampangan, depending on who's helping me out that day. I don't really speak English. I really don't, unless Heidi's with me. But here's the thing. I think one of the girls forgot that I do speak the language. But the problem is she wasn't helping me that day. She was on the sideline, and I was talking to this other girl, and I started speaking in Kapampangan, and she's like, "Wait a minute, you speak Kapampangan?" In my head, right away, I was like, "I speak Kapampangan here all the time." But anyway, I didn't say anything. I said, "Yeah, But her boss walked over, and then and then he walked up and he started doing what Mike says, smart shaming. But here's the thing: I don't think he meant to do it intentionally to smart shame her, but he started saying things in broken English, kind of mocking her, and you see her slink away, like all of a sudden she's gone, like because that is a thing. I knew what happened, but there's a thing. I couldn't control it because I'm not the one doing it. He started talking in broken English, kind of mocking the language at the same time. But in reality, what he didn't realize, he was mocking her. Right. That's smart shaming. Yeah. I mean, I saw this firsthand, and she just slunk away. I felt bad for the girl.
It happens. Real quick, I'm gonna put up Hurley. Thank you so much for the sticker. He said, off topic, I am at 59 days Monday. I'm going in for the ACR card in Cebu. Any words of wisdom? I have not been to the Cebu office. It's fairly easy. If that's your first time and if you're going in to renew your visa at the same time, they'll just type all that up. There wasn't an additional paper for me, and they'll just calculate that all together for you. So that's all taken care of from on their end. But I'm wondering, usually the office, do you know, does anybody know about whether that office because don't you have to bring your photos in? Like there was a shop there that could do my photos. That's another thing. So usually that's I don't remember. It's been that far back.
Yeah, you have the
Anybody
photo next to those places is always like the photo place,
There's
and then there's
always a
another
photo
one where you can
place.
get your
Yeah.
Xerox copy.
Well,
it's like
I've done-
but you can't get it done inside. It's hilarious.
Because
Yeah.
I've done so many things now, and I've been here almost 3 years. I know one of them at the NBI, I think they took, I'm trying to remember, which one did the automated photo versus that? Or did they ask me for a photo? Because it was 3 years ago or 2 years ago, I got the ACR
No, they
card.
didn't ask for the photo.
So
We
they
had the
took
photos,
so
yeah.
then,
But depending on where you're
And it
at,
might be updated where they just do it
odds
now.
are if you're literally in Cebu City, you're going to do it. That's what it sounds like. I'm pretty sure it's automated, but it doesn't hurt to have photos
And
taken.
I don't know if they updated where they do where they have a
Because-
digital camera there
yeah.
that they take the photo like the driver's license group, but I
Because-
don't remember.
because certain things here require photos that normally don't. For example, if you're applying for a car, if you're buying a car and you're gonna make payments on it, they'll ask for a photo. So what I'm saying is it doesn't hurt to have those photos on hand anyway.
I'm trying to remember.
It's okay, think about it this way.
Somebody's
You know,
got
Rent a
that
Center
on it.
in the US, right? When you rent TVs out, they have those here, not Rent a Center, different names. But when you do that, they ask for a photo.
Okay, it was the NBI
And then they
office
clip
that
the
took a digital
photo on your
photo.
application. That way, when they come to collect the TV, they know who they're looking for.
Or was it not? Why did we have to get photos the last time we were at the NBI? They needed a photo that time.
Yeah, but no, it's just one of those requirements. I put air quotes because it's required, but you don't know if they are going to do it there or not. But like I said, for the most part, it doesn't hurt to have them because there's a lot of weird things that require photos. Like I said, like if you,
I get around, so now I'm
passport renewal. I've got to renew my passport soon, and yeah, you got to have a photo.
No,
for that,
you will,
sure.
but
well,
like
here,
the
no, well, not now, not
George, you're
anymore.
really confusing me. I get that. He's talking about the ACRI card. I don't remember the first time I went in
No,
because now they
that's
just
what I'm saying.
cop-
No,
Okay,
no,
so then
we
why
had
did people
them
keep
just
it?
in case.
Okay, so then they must have took it from NBI or from on file or something.
No, not even NBA.
So then how did they get my photo on my recent ACR card? I don't remember them doing a digital. That's what I'm
Oh,
trying to
then
remember,
maybe
babe.
no, they did it on. Thought they did it. Baby, you would know. I didn't.
It's been since they did the original when when I renewed after the year because my card's not 3 years because I haven't completed the 13A.
It's
But I'm trying to
possible for your
remember when they
NBI,
did the second one. I think
but
they just
the
took.
photo could be just for the file.
Yeah, no idea. I think they just copied it. It's Angel City. Every office is a little different. That's where I get confused. I would still take the photos in because it might have
used to
just
pay
been the first
someone.
time.
I just
Yeah.
paid someone. Somebody held my like, during the pandemic. Somebody just held my passport. I'm like, you guys hold on to my passport. Just renew it for me all the time. And I would just pay them money because I just didn't. Number one is like you had to around that time. But they they gave you the grace period during the pandemic. But it was like I would just pay someone. But I know some people don't want to pay that extra money that's involved in that stuff. But yeah, I hate going onto lines. That's my thing. I hate lines. I don't know if you like. I don't like going online. I mean, going on lines. Like, do you like lines, Heidi? When you go to those places, is it pretty busy? Because honestly, God, I only went there once, long time ago, and it was like
it
2
was
hours.
fine during the pandemic and recently here
Okay.
in Angel City. But how long ago? About 3 visits back, they made a side room because it's right inside of the grocery store area there inside the Marquee Mall. Now they're making people take numbers, literally.
It was faster before the numbers. Now
And
that
they
they have the numbers, they take their time.
And they
Right,
have those
so-
hard chairs, probably. I can't do that stuff. That's just not
Plastic
me.
chairs, yeah, they use
Like,
that
yeah,
plastic
it's
chair.
like I just pay. Like, there's somebody that posed like JRC. It was another company.
Right. So they've got a
it's
place next to there and everything that does it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll cost you another $30-$40. Yeah, most people actually do. Yeah, they just pay
Yeah.
them to even do that renewal. But on the ACRI card, yeah, and your first time, usually they handle that all in one. So I would just take the photos just in case because it's been so far back that I did that. I know one did a digital photo automatically there and then the others asked for it. So I would just be, if it says it on the application, I would definitely bring it. That's the only thing I don't remember.
Right.
So, because I believe Marcos Overstay Road had that issue about a year ago. And I'm pretty sure that's where he was trying to do something and he didn't have the photos, but I don't think it was the ACR. I think it was an NBI clearance for something.
Right.
So I think he had to bring the photos in for that, but yeah.
Now for those of
especially
you
if it's
wondering,
first application.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's his first application. I would pay somebody if it's your first
Right,
application.
I know,
Get it
right?
right.
Yeah. For those of you wondering, again, it's faster without the number system. The reason being is the number system. Before the number system, if let's say I'm taking care of Heidi, right? Let's say I'm immigration, and Heidi doesn't have enough cash on her. back then they would just get Heidi's file. Okay, go to the ATM. There's one down the hall. Put her file on the side, and then the next, and then when he's done taking care of him, then Heidi, like, she'll call. I'll call Heidi. Hey, Heidi, come here. It's finished. You know what I'm saying? But now, since they have the number system, let's say Heidi again didn't have cash to pay. They can't move forward because it's in the system now. There's a number, and they can't put that number on the side. They have to stick with it until Heidi's done. They can't go to the next one. If Heidi forgot something, for example, oh, I don't have just an example again. Money's the first one usually because they don't take cards there. A lot of people don't realize they don't take
Yeah,
cards.
it's
That
cash
they
at
don't
these
take cards at the
offices.
Bureau of Immigration. Yes,
No
get cash,
PayPal,
get
no
cash early,
GCash.
get cash early. They don't take cards there, so the line's stuck. That's where the buck ends until. And guess what? Most of the time, these ATMs aren't right next to it. They're way further down, and even if they are even a walking distance away,
I
depending on
can
the
say that
line,
a lot
that
of
kind of stuff.
it can be pretty simple. I think Mike has the ideal on because the reason I sit here and think about it is that one time one officer will ask for one thing and the next one won't is really surprising to me. And so I would just do what's actually on the application or have that stuff prepared. So even if you go through them, they're still going to ask for X amount of paperwork to go with it. So that is for sure. There's no way.
Okay.
The whole thing.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Now real quick, Salem says a Visaya speaker can understand Tagalog speakers, but Tagalog speaker typically be challenged understanding. My opinion. It's not an opinion. It's actually a fact. And the reason being, for those of you like, okay, how come the Visaya can understand more Tagalog than a Tagalog speaker can understand more Visaya? Because again, like from my experience, I can still make out a few words. And the reason why Tagalog speakers will have a problem is because that Tagalog speaker will have a problem if they don't know Old Tagalog. If they understand Old Tagalog, then it would be different. They can understand a little bit of Bisaya. But Bisayans use a lot of Old Tagalog in their current language, and therefore they can understand more Tagalog because a lot of the Tagalog words are still in their system versus, if you study about languages and stuff like that, again, you'll understand what I'm talking about.
And to add to that, Tagalog is required to be taught in school. It's part of the curriculum. So in Bisaya is their dialect, but
Yeah,
they
that's
have to
true,
learn
that's
how
true.
they are taught Tagalog as well in elementary school and I think first and second no, I think all the way through high school. So they have to learn Tagalog because of school. Now, the thing though is, do they become proficient in it? Not as much because they don't use it as much in their state. So you are gonna, so technically, if you meet a Bisaya person who doesn't really speak Tagalog and 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 George is using the word right, Tagalog, because that's the old school language. Filipino is a mixture of Tagalog, Spanish, Chinese, and other languages that's acceptable in the Philippines. So, if you meet a Bisaya who doesn't speak Tagalog, more than likely that person is not educated. That's how that's how you see the differences. So George is right there. Sometimes they don't, and a lot of Bisaya, and then Tagalog people, they speak Tagalog. That's it, because they never had to learn to speak Bisaya. They didn't have to speak Ilocano, Ilonggo, because they're in the main Luzon area sometimes, and it's Tagalog is the main language. It's no difference than you go to, let's say, Zamboanga area, and most of those people speak Chavacano. They understand Tagalog and Chavacano, but they may not understand Bisaya. But these are the people that can speak Spanish, or we can call Creole Spanish, pretty much. The Zamboanga area. So it just all depends on where you are.
AJ Hap says no, you don't need a photo for your ACR card. They just scanned your passport.
Yeah.
Can't. I don't remember, but some people have been asking for photos. We've done it several times. That's where I'm confused. So maybe that's something new, or at some point we've turned photos. I've had to have photos twice.
Well,
I
that's
don't
why I
know.
said it could
Maybe
be
it
just for
was
their
the
file,
NBI
or
only,
it
but
could be just for the NBI. Yes. Now Salem says, now
could be.
I'm not familiar with Waray as far as what's Waray then. Visayan, Tagalog. Remember,
No.
some of these languages are not necessarily based on anything. Like Kapampangan's not based on any particular language. That's why I
So
say
yeah.
Kapampangan's harder to learn.
So Waray is what the either the top 10 languages spoken dialects in the Philippines and stuff like that. So Waray is, there might be some similarities, but it's going to be more similar in regards for Bisaya
Bisaya.
than in Tagalog. So, like for example, because when you start looking at Waray are the fighting class of the Philippines at one given point. They were the warriors in the Philippines, and that included both male and female. So so if you even that's why sometimes they say don't mess with the Waray, right? Because Waray people, they tough people, right? It's no
Yeah.
difference that it's like there's two particular places they say that if you get a true person from these areas, don't mess with them, right? Because they have you can say like just like for example like the people in New Zealand, yeah, they tough people, right? You mess with them, they used to eat people, whatever. So I mean, heck, Biden's father got eaten by one of them. So if you hey, Biden
That's
said that,
crazy.
okay. Biden said that the other day. He goes, you can't find my father's remains because he probably got eaten. Biden said that though.
Oh my God.
Okay, so let's just
I
be
don't
fair.
doubt it. I don't doubt it.
But so in the Philippines is Waray women, especially Waray women. That's why they say there's even songs about the Waray.
Yes. Waray,
Right.
yeah.
So I think Gloria Diaz does that. So you have the Warays and then you have the Batangueñas. Right. So those are two fighting classes in the Philippines of groups. Those were the known warriors of the Philippines and stuff. So that's just history for people to know. So to be honest, if you kind of weak, don't mess with the Waray because they'll put you under Desaya, man. That's why some of these foreigners going to the Leyte area, right? You guys go to Leyte, but you think you found yourself a Leyte woman? No, you found yourself a Waray, and that's why some of these guys you never hear from them ever again because they get left in the island. There's only a few guys that are in Leyte area or Waray area that are foreigners. If you still hear from them, they still got control. But if you don't hear from them no more, they stuck in the island. Under the skirt of the Filipinos.
Andres Desaya.
They're
Under the
Desaya.
skirt. Andres Desaya. In fact, as they say.
I'm just
Funny.
saying.
Yeah, it's kind of that just came from 1 second, just the message that came in, but that's not what happened. I did all of mine. That was something else.
I think the people in the Bay Area are from Pampanga actually, because there's this really great Filipino restaurant that I used to frequent, and it was called, I think it's still there actually. It's probably still there, called Irma's Pampanga. And yeah, it is kind of interesting. Yeah, okay, yeah, that may sound familiar to you, George. But it was kind of interesting to me that people from different parts of the Philippines have come to America, right? Like, I think, when we Americans think of certain countries, we think of them as kind of uniform, and the Philippines is really interesting in that way, that you do have a lot of different cultures and languages, and it is really different from island to island. Like I push back on that sometimes. People feel like, oh, the islands are the same. It's like, no, like if you go to 3 different islands in 3 different regions, they'll be like 3 different countries, at least in my experience.
Right. And remember that also, since Alex brought up the food part, the exact same name of the exact same food does not mean it's the exact same dish.
Yeah, so they have different definitions of what the same dish will look like. Maybe some people will do more garlic, or yeah.
Yeah, the bases are there, meaning, for example, there's like one example is the exact same dish, same ingredients. The differences are one is cooked with the main ingredient is salt. The other ingredient is sugar, no salt. The other one is salt and sugar. So I'm giving you a very, very concrete example of how one dish, exact same ingredients, except for one little thing, can change the whole flavor entirely. So what I'm saying is, it doesn't mean you've had particular dish in a certain area. It's the same in another. So don't be quick to judge. Like I said, and here's the bad part is, since now we're living in a modern era, and what I'm getting at is, back then when you go to Pampanga, when you eat a certain dish, it tastes the same most of Pampanga. Now, since we're living in a modern world, everybody's from everywhere now. So now, literally, one food stall literally next door could have a completely different flavor to the exact same dish, because one is from another. I mean, bad enough, even in the US, if everybody cooks spaghetti the same way, just cooking alone, a different person with the exact same ingredients has a different flavor. Now you have different people, different style, different ingredients. It's so again, don't be quick to judge on the food unless it's that.
Yeah, and I think it's
Yeah.
an interesting point where like Manila does have people from all over the country, just like Bangkok has people from all over Thailand. I was talking to one woman in Manila, and she said her family is originally from Batangas, and then I have a buddy that's in CDO, and his mom is actually from Dumaguete. So like, yeah, populations do move around, and people do like, oh, I need to move up here for a job, or like I want to go be close to the family, or whatever the reason may be, and so they kind of bring their own influence, and the culture kind of mixes even further in that way, I think. And plus, not so much in the Philippines, but in America, of course, a lot of dishes do have some modification for American preferences. So they feel like, oh, these American people, they're going to really like this pork dish because it's similar to what they're used to. And then maybe this other dish that has a certain kind of fish, they're just not going to know what that is. So we won't serve that. So yeah, I do think there's like, it is interesting to see kind of how the culture changes and adapts to different people's desires and wants.
Yeah, I mean, it just like for example, a lot of Filipino, you're talking about there's a lot of Pampanga people from San Francisco, right? So it also depends on the years that the sometimes it also depends on the city. So like a good example is like the majority of Filipinos that landed in, for example, Northern California, because there's a reason there's a lot of Pampanga there is because when the U.S. Navy needed more people to join the Navy, they had a lot of Filipinos sign up to get their citizenship and stuff like that if they joined the Navy. That's why there's this famous thing, for example, within the Navy, called the Filipino Mafia, right? So so it's just it's hilarious how that's kind of grown. But there's a lot of Filipinos in the Navy because
Filipino
a lot of Filipinos joined the Navy, and so eventually they settled in the northern part of California in regards for the base that was over there. And then, for example, the Filipinos in Hawaii are normally from Ilocos. I mean, they're Ilonggo and stuff like that because they were the known farmers for sugar cane. So they were brought in there to be able to farm. Then you start looking at the ones that in Southern California as well. Those guys were also more coming from the Visaya region. And the reason why that was happening is because they were being used to plant certain different things. Sometimes they were brought in depending on their specialty. So a lot of Filipinos were brought in to actually be part of the farm workforce, and they worked with the Mexicans and stuff like that in the Grapevine of California. If you know where the Grapevine is, Bakersfield area, Taft, California, to work in the strawberry fields, all these the Grapevine, the grape stuff as well, and stuff like that. And so you have a lot of that stuff, and then you had the groups of Filipinos that was coming into Illinois, into the Midwest. Those were the more professionals. That's where they were bringing in the nurses at that point, because Illinois was one of the first places where they started bringing nurses, and then it started expanding from there to New York and New Jersey Filipinos. That's where a lot of the whole part in regards for nurses as well and doctors were being brought over there. So it depends on what year. Like if you understand the history of the Philippines in regards to the migration of Filipinos being brought to the United States of America. It's a fun thing to kind of look at it, but.
Yeah, my friend that's a Filipina in Nashville, her family is originally from Cebu. Because I asked her about it. This was, I guess, when I last visited the Philippines about 4 years ago. I asked her, like, where are you from? And she was in touch with me because this was right around COVID, and she was concerned about her dad being able to get back to the United States, and all
Mhm.
that was going on. But yeah, she said her family is from Cebu. So I do think what you said, like, I was originally, and I think her mom is in healthcare, but I was originally familiar with a little bit. But you
It
really opened
doesn't.
my mind to the
So
different
I'll block
possibilities
him.
with where some of the
Anybody that
Filipinos connected to the military are from, because up until that point, I just assumed, like, oh, the Filipinos that came here, they have some level of affiliation with the military. Just like my grandfather, he was in the military, so that's kind of how he got exposed to that part of the world.
Yeah. And if you meet a Filipino, this is I know this may kind of suck a little bit, but if you meet a Filipino and they're in their, let's just say mid-40s to close to 60s, all right, and they're halvesies,
Gen X.
right, and yeah, so pretty much, and they're halvesies. Now this is, I'm not saying all because I'm part of that, okay, I'm not saying all, but a far majority of them, their mommy was a hooker. If they're a halvesy, and because their daddy was their dad was in the armed forces. It's just a known fact among Filipinos.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Like, all you have to do is look at the kid and be like, "Did your dad meet your mom in Subic or Clark Air Force around that?" And most of the time they're like, "Shut up, we know." it's among Filipinos that the Filipinos will know it. So but
I will say I noticed some element to that among, like,
we can leave that, but I don't
the
know
half
which
Filipino
one.
people, person I met back in the
He must have
States.
known that the other guy 1 star was.
It seems like
Yeah,
the
that's okay.
Filipinos that I know that came with their whole family,
Nothing new.
they're more often in the professional field. Like,
Yes.
they have that kind of what I call immigrant mentality. That is, the closer you are to the immigration point, the more you have this drive to succeed and, like, overachieve and work really hard. And then as you get more assimilated and more comfortable, I think there's just less pressure to just go over the top with that.
I mean, immigrants knows the American dream. Americans
Yeah.
don't know the American dream anymore. They lost it.
I don't. Like, look at me, and I can admit that I don't fully understand it. No matter how hard I try, no matter how much time I spend living in other parts of the world, my baseline is so different from their baseline.
Yeah, I mean, like, I remember I was talking. I was listening to an interview, and this Haitian guy goes, "I don't understand why Americans don't understand that they're privileged."
Kenny Rogers.
So he's like, "I'm from Haiti.
Rogers.
I'm glad I'm in America." And most people sometimes don't know that. Sometimes you don't know about the American dream until you actually leave America and go to another country. You'd be like, "Oh, now I know why America is great."
Yeah, I've
Most
heard
people
of
get that.
some African people, like, kind of joking around about, like, American homeless complaining about being homeless, living in a car. They're like, "You live in a nice car in America? Like, you have no idea how bad." And it's not to downplay it. I know there's a lot of challenges that people that are struggling with homelessness are facing. It's a complex, multifaceted issue. But I did think it was kind of funny that, depending on your perspective, there are people that look at those people that live in a car but have access to the job market and healthcare and
internet.
food bank,
Mhm.
yeah, and internet.
Internet.
All
Right.
these
Like,
things.
I mean, look at George and Heidi the other day. I mean, they're paying high money for internet, and it was stalling.
Yeah.
No, and it is. There are people that just live. I was just talking about that I think that's kind of crappy because we're just not paying for the lowest part of solid internet like that. We're like mid-range, and every 6 months or every couple months they call us and try to get us to upgrade to something higher. And I'm like,
It's like they throttle it just so you would upgrade.
Yeah, and then you get the call by accident. You're like, I wonder why they're
Yeah,
calling
exactly.
us. Oh, internet's
no, they
slow.
called the same
Yeah,
day.
they
You
call the
guys
same
were here
day.
when they called
Yeah,
in
they
and
throttle
everything.
it.
And there are
then-
people that are just living off of, like, load as far
Yeah.
as their internet. And yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Like it's funny. I remember I forgot. Let me see. I think it was 2002 or 2003 it was. I forgot which year it was, but I remember, my aunt was gonna renew her vows in Cebu. I think it was like 2001, 2002. So I come to the Philippines, and here I am in the Philippines, and my cousin was text messaging, and I couldn't understand text messaging. I was like, "What are you doing?" Like it just didn't exist yet, for me and stuff like that. And and they were first with everything. Oh, anyways, guys, I gotta go. Alex, cool, nice talk
Thanks,
to you,
Mike.
man.
Yeah,
Appreciate
great
it,
to see you.
Yeah, I think we're gonna
Michael.
wrap
Yeah,
this
we're
up.
actually
We were
gonna wrap
just
this
talking.
up. Yeah,
Let's
but
just talk about pizza.
Yeah.
Pizza.
But real quick, again, for those of you who are thinking of living in a car or camping, if you're a fan of camping, okay, the perfect vehicle for that, to be honest with you, is a Toyota Prius.
Yeah, you were just talking about that.
The reason being, I've owned a Toyota Prius, love that thing. Again, from Florida to North Carolina, $120 in gas both ways. Yeah, the whole trip. And that includes
That's
driving
really
around
good,
town.
George.
It's $120. But the reason being is because the Prius is a true hybrid. Remember, there's hybrids and true hybrids. Like for example, a lot of the American cars, I don't know now, I don't know right now, but when I was there in the U.S., which isn't that long ago, um, they're not true hybrids. The electric motors are there to assist, not run the vehicle. Prius is a true hybrid, meaning it doesn't really need the engine to run. You can have a broken engine and drive that car. It just won't charge itself. That being said, if let's say you take a Prius camping, or if you live there, you can turn on your car, the ignition, turn it on, put on the AC, sleep in the back, and you're safe because for the most part, if it's sitting still, the batteries will run the AC while you're sleeping. And then when the batteries run low, the engine kicks in just enough to charge the battery back up. And then once the battery's fully charged, it shuts off the engine again. So basically, you have an uninterrupted but not burning your gas type condition living in AC in your car. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, you were talking about that.
Yeah, for those of you like these people live in
There's
cars.
a big channel. I think it's a woman named Nikki, and she lived in a Prius for a long time. I think she's living in a bigger vehicle now, but she loved it. Well, I don't know. I assume she enjoyed it, but yeah, she recommended a Prius as well,
Yeah,
George.
Prius.
So
Yeah,
I think that's yeah.
definitely. And speaking of weird meals, we're about to take our meal. That's why they kind of got us hungry.
Same here.
Kenny,
Yeah, same
yeah,
here.
Kenny Rogers
Well, yeah,
right
we were
now.
kind of wanting to wrap it up. So it looks like Big Papa, because we didn't let anybody additional in the room, is he actually is putting it out there. So I'm going to put him out there. He said, later, everyone, looks like this is the last time I'll be here because I don't go where I'm not welcome. Yeah, we just decided not to add anybody additional to the panel because I've been nudging at George to wrap this up. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling good. It's been a rough week, so I'm sorry that you feel that way, but you're putting it out there, so that's fine.
Yeah, but
So, I mean, we've let you on several times. I wasn't letting anybody additional on, so that was me. So, on that. So,
yeah, and one real quick again, thank you for Eden Squad for being here. For those of you who want to learn a Philippine language, learn Tagalog. You have the highest probability of conversing with a lot of people.
that is true.
Okay, regardless of whatever. Again, I have no stake in this because I don't get paid if you guys talk Waray or Tagalog or whatever. Point being is everybody says, I mean, there's a big movement for Bisaya. Okay, there really is, and they're hardcore about it. But every Bisayan I know that I've spoken to, keyword spoken to, guess what did we converse in? Tagalog.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I've lived here and ever since I was a little kid, and everybody I've spoken to knows a lot of Tagalog. Just saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it
Guys,
so
we
much. Thank you for
appreciate
being here.
everybody. Yeah, I mean, we've
Thanks
been
so
known to
much.
go this long. Here lately, it was either 2 or 3 hours. Sometimes they do go that we've actually been on for 6, 7, and 8 hours, depending on the conversation. But yeah, I'm going to get some rest and everything. So it's been a long week and everything.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for being with us, guys. Thank you so much, Eden Squad. Thank you so much, Alex.
thank you,
Mike.
Alex.
Thank you guys so much, George and Heidi.
Thank you so much.
We
Hurley Wilson,
appreciate
thank you
ya.
so much. King Arthur, thank you very much. Appreciate
Alright,
your
thank
support.
you,
Ted,
Hurley.
Ted's in the house.
And Sarah was in the house.
Sarah,
And we had
Victoria
our
was with us
members,
too. Yeah.
Victoria, we appreciate. And if you guys haven't subscribed, we have to ask for you guys to subscribe.
And Bruce, hashtag bring back Bruce. Thank you for being with us. Hopefully
And
you're okay.
Kuya.
John Wheeler. Yes, thank you so much. AJ, Ruby, thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate you all.
And
Right,
yeah,
bye.
and one last word of advice to Kuya if you're still watching. Way to go, man. So another great show. I make your room. That's what he said. Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye.